Stand by. Just been updated that we will be aiming for an 8:45 start. 8:45 start of heat number 1. So as for the competitors in the heats and rules regarding safety, if you are hurt or injured or in trouble, obviously the jet ski will be coming to assist. But if you're injured, hurt, or are in trouble, then you will be brought to the beach. If you have some kind of equipment failure, broken leash, broken paddle, lost paddle, the Water Patrol will wait until you're able to get into, of course, if you have your board still, you'll be proning in to find your equipment. The Water Patrol will take you to your equipment and to the channel. That is if you have a broken paddle or a lost paddle. If you have a broken leash, your board most likely is being taken in, then Water Patrol will come get you in the zone because you don't have your board with you, so it's much safer. And you'll be brought to your equipment, which would be your board and your paddle. Same thing, if you break your board, remove your leash, and Hawaiian Water Patrol will come get you from where you broke your board. But if you still have your board with you, and it's a broken paddle or a lost paddle, then you'll try to get to a safe area, and then Water Patrol can take you to your equipment and then back to the channel. So very specific safety rules before we head in the water, so make sure that you best understand them. If English happens to be your second language, I'm sorry. I only speak English, Pidgin, and a little bit Hawaiian. But please try to get some information on what the rules are today, because it is a very particular day here at Sunset. Big swell, waves breaking all over the place, but contestable. We've seen Kailani. I saw him get at least I don't know, his first wave was probably for a day like today, maybe in the 6s, and his second wave maybe a little higher, 7.5-ish. There is a strong current pulling like Haleiwa, and if you never surfed Haleiwa before, darn it, you're going to find out what it's like over there. But Haleiwa is known for a really strong current, and with this type of swell and the direction and size, it is pulling quite strong out at Sunset today. So my advice would be to paddle straight out in the channel. When you get out there, aim your board towards Haleiwa and just keep a steady stroke going so you don't get sucked over too much. Because once you get sucked too deep, it's going to be a long road coming back. Same with surfing Haleiwa. So this is Haleiwa on steroids today. It's 12 to 15 feet out the back with a ripping current. So just be aware of that current. My advice would be to stay, kind of hang on the edge over here, and then when you see the waves that you want, maybe head in towards them. Because if you start heading deep, like you're surfing regular Sunset right away, you're going to get pulled way over in a heartbeat. So just some advice from the Water Patrol and some North Shore natives who've seen this picture a million times. Am I right, boys, over there? Water Patrol, you can hear. How's them? Raise hand if you can hear the tent. Good. All right, over there. Sound check over there. Sound check over here this side. All right. But it is the trials. Like I said earlier, you're going out there today, you're going to be on trial. And we are getting the live broadcast up and running. So those of you watching on the beach, just for your information, we are live on watermanleague.com. And right now the camera is shooting out into the ocean with a graphic that says we're going to start at 8:45. Actually, it's at 8:30 still, but we're going to update that to 8:45 because it's 8:26 right now. And there's no way we're starting in 4 minutes. But we're live at watermanleague.com. And I know we have competitors from Japan, from Tahiti, from France, right here in Hawaii, maybe one other island, like big island like that, Brazil, and the United States. And I'm trying to recognize these flags over here. It's an Argentinian, possibly. Sebastian Gomez. Brian Talma. That one's got me a little bit stumped. It's it's vertical, thick stripes, yellow and blue. And I've just been informed that it could be the flag of Barbados. So truly an international event here with athletes from different parts of the world. Heat number one, let's get checked in. If we're aiming to start at 8:45, we need you guys checked in, briefed by a contest director, the beach marshal, so it will be top two waves. You'll have a 30-minute heat. Top two waves. Not sure if there's a wave maximum, but I don't think you'll be approaching it anyway unless you caught like 10 whitewaters. But so just know 30-minute heats. The heats are 30 minutes. Your top two waves count towards your scores. Should you break a board or break a leash, Water Patrol will assist. If you break your paddle or lose your paddle, Water Patrol will assist when you've got to a safe area. As in, they're not going to come grab you where it's 10 feet and you still got your board attached and with you. Bail a few times, prone in, and then Water Patrol will take you to your paddle and then directly parallel to the channel. No outside advancement. It is just a lateral line right in front of the judge's tent here to paddle back out. Once again, Heat 1, let's get checked in. Alohi, Kalalau, you'll be in red. Aoyama, Hirokazu, you'll be in white. Kainoa Hawaii Neil's got the blue. Tereva David, you'll be in yellow. So heat number 1 will be paddling out and heading out into the lineup. And heat number 2 can start getting ready. Just be on standby. Heat 2. That's Atamu Conti, Mederic Berthe, Masamichi Matsunaga, and Mawiki Ryoha. Be on standby. So just 3 surfers in this first heat, just 3 athletes in this first heat. It's Alohi Kea Kalalau, Aoyama Hirokazu, and Kainoa Hawani'o. Heat number 2, Atamu Conti, Mederic Berthe, Masamichi Matsunaga, Mawiki Raihoa. Be on standby for heat number 2. Oh, big sets coming in right now. All right, folks, competitors. We are less than a minute to start. We're about a minute to start. And we'll give a nice long horn blast so all the competitors can hear the heat has started. Here we go. Counting down to start. Heat number 1. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's the start of heat number 1. Olohikia Kalalau in the red, Aoyama Hirokazu in the white. Or it might be Hirokazu Aoyama. Kainoa Hawani'o in the blue. Heat number 1 is underway. Heat number 2. Check in Atamu Conti, Mederic Bertha, Masamichi Matsunaga, and Mawiki Ryoha. Check in. up and riding is blue. That is Kainoa Hawani'o from the Big Island. Gets on the board. And out the back, we got another rider that looks like Alohikea Kalalau in the red. And Kainoa has to bail going through that wave right there. Check 1, 2. Aloha, kakahiaka, and welcome to day number 1 of the Stand-Up Paddle World Tour men's competition of the Sunset Beach Pro. In the water right now, we have Alohikea Kalalau, Hirokazu Aoyama, and Kainoa Hawani'o, and this is the trials event. So it's real sunset today. It's 10 to 12 plus, maybe some 15-footers. It's our only kind of window we have here with not too much wind, and the conditions are great. The swell is just still quite large out there. Heat number 1 is approaching their halfway point. And there's been a few waves ridden, but it's definitely a day similar to the that we have, very challenging, almost survival, but not quite, still contestable. There's some waves to be ridden out there. You know, anytime you can get a score, anytime there's a wave to be had to do some maneuvers, you know, we'll call it contestable. But it is large, it is challenging. And for some of our competitors who may not be used to these kinds of conditions, it could be all about survival. Equipment choices are going to be a big factor today. Experience, of course, here at Sunset will help you all that much more. But a lot of luck also involved in tracking down these huge waves and trying to get some scores manufactured. But this is the trials round, and anytime you talk in North Shore events, wintertime North Shore events, and the trials, you imagine or you kind of picture these kinds of conditions as a real tester of what these competitors are made of and what these athletes intend to do in conditions like this. As Kainoa Hawani'o was briefly looking at that one, he's got a wave already under his belt from the Big Island. Hirokazu Aoyama from Japan, he's in the white, and Alohikea Kalalau. And I need some clarification on which island Alohikea hails from, but I'm sure we'll get that info delivered by someone who knows him. We are doing a simulcast this morning, so we are broadcasting live on the beach, talking to you folks who are here, competitors, coaches, parents, relatives, friends, and spectators of this Stand-Up Paddle World Tour Sunset Beach Pro. And also we are broadcasting on watermanleague.com. We're doing a live webcast. So if you do have a smart device, some kind of gadget with you, iPhone, iPad, Surface, Galaxy, any of the sort, you can log in at www.watermanleague.com. That's WATERMANLEAGUE.com. And you can watch online. And for those of you who may have friends or family that probably are at work at this hour, if they're somewhere on the mainland or somewhere else in Hawaii or in another country, they may be getting ready for bed or just waking up. That's Kainoa Hawani'o. And he is definitely up and going and awake and moving this morning. One of those days you got to be 100% committed to surf these waves and paddle out there today. But our live broadcast on watermanleague.com will be showing all day long. You can stay tuned for some highlights and video clips from days before. We do have the women's highlights from the Turtle Bay Pro that was just on Sunday. And they also faced some challenging conditions and some extreme conditions, which, you know, it's a sport that you have to be ready for anything as far as what the ocean is going to throw at you. So These competitors getting very, very tuned in the last couple of days of the swell direction, what it's doing, where the wind's blowing from, and the kind of conditions we're going to have today. Hawaiian Water Patrol, of course, is an integral and essential part of the competition, of the production today. They are on vigilant alertness and awareness out on the skis. 2 jet skis in the water today for extra safety. And on your screen right now, you're just seeing waves upon waves, larger waves stacking out the back, feathering. And pretty big waves way out the back. There is our athlete in red, Alohikea Kalalau. Next heat, please paddle out. Next heat. You guys are up next, heat number 2. And on the outside, here is red, Alohikea. And Kalalau does his best to stay in front of that white water and gaps a little nice turn off the top. With these boards being so wide that our stand-up paddle boarders use, it is just that much more difficult to set the rail than on a regular surfboard. So these guys deserve a lot of credit for getting out there with these big boards and navigating these waves. That is Alohikea's last wave. See how the judges score that. There's Hirokazu Aoyama rowing across your screen. There's some folks with some smartphone gadgets there, cruising on the bike path. Good morning, guys. Aloha. You're live on watermanleague.com. Izzy Gomez down the row over there. She's in the event. So another groundbreaking piece of information for the trials event here is it is open. It is co-ed. So those who wish to enter, do so at your you're willing, and we have Fiona Wild coming in to surf in heat number 7 in the blue. She made the semifinals, I believe, at the Women's Pro just a couple of days ago. She'll be in blue in heat number 7. And we have in yellow in heat number 5, it will be Izzy Gomez, who is the 2014 Women's World Champion. And she'll be heading out there in heat number 5, so that should be cool to watch the girls take on the boys. And it's real sunset, girls, so please be careful. Boys and girls, all of you, be careful today. It is pretty maxing out sunset, as big as it gets, and just on the inside border of contestable. Hawaiian Water Patrol is there for your safety. So if you feel a little overwhelmed, do not be ashamed. This is really huge sunset. This is Big North Shore. So if you do at any point feel overwhelmed, please do not hesitate to wave your hands to the Water Patrol. But they will not be a taxi service. Just know that. It is majority of your own paddling today. You are responsible for getting out to the lineup. You are responsible for getting over to the channel, etc., if everything is intact. But once again, should you break your board, if you break your board, take your leash off and wave for Water Patrol and begin to swim in, and you can get assistance. As we have Josh Riccio employing the use of a vest just for extra support. The vest sometimes will make you get rolled in, but the more you get rolled in, the more you get rolled out of the direct impact zone. So maybe an interesting strategy there. Heat number 2 should be heading out. Atamu Conti, Mederic Bertha, Masamichi Matsunaga, Mawiki Raihoa. Heat number 3, be on standby. Julian Boyer, Marcio Grillo, Jeffrey Spencer, and Mikey O'Shaughnessy. Heat number 3 should be getting their equipment ready. Set to check in pretty soon. And this is the first event of the 2015 Stand Up Paddle World Tour season. As you look down the beach towards Rocky Point, desolate this morning. Huge waves crashing on shore, not making for very safe swimming conditions at all. And so just a couple of trails of early morning beach walkers that you see on the sand there. And of course, Rocky Point, one of the most popular surf breaks for surfing waves under 6 to 8 feet. It is a virtual skate park on any given spring day over at Rocky Point. With the waves breaking so close, photographers are all over the place there. Brother Riggs. Hey, at least you get one arm for work the phone, boy. Right on. Riggs, one of our competitors who's a young veteran. He's been doing this for years and unfortunately has an injury, so he will not be able to compete this year, but he's here to cheer on his fellow athletes and some of his good friends. Probably even his relatives, including his father, later on in the event. But this is the trials. So we have 7 heats of trials. We have, looks like 30. We have 27 competitors. That we will narrow down to the quarterfinals coming up next. Single elimination here. Then we'll be going to the semifinals. And actually the top 8 will qualify into the main event coming up on our next day of competition. So today will be strictly for the trials. Heat number 1 in the water right now, on the tail end of their 30-minute heat. And actually at the end of their 30-minute heat. Stand by for the start of heat number 2. Judges, I have my clock queued up here, so when you'd like to get started. Should we count it down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1? So heat number 2 underway. Heat number 3. Please check in. Julian Boyer, Marcio Grillo, Jeffrey Spencer, Mikey O'Shaughnessy. Check in for heat number 3. Heat 4, be standing by. Josh Riccio, Jun Adegawa, Kavika Kinimaka, JC Shimahara. You guys be on standby. Stand by. Coming up in Heat 5, we got Noah Yap, Brian Talma, Landon McNamara, and Izzy Gomez. That's Heat 5. Heat number 6, we'll see Sebastian Gomez, Tehotu Wong, Kevin Seed, Nolan Keolana. And in heat number 7, it'll be Dorrance David, Kaeo Abbey, Fiona Wild, and Austin Kalama. And you see all 4 surfers into the lineup now on your screen there. For those of you watching live here on the beach, welcome. Grab a seat and enjoy watching some stand-up paddle surfing here at very, very huge Sunset Beach. If you came to see surfers riding the big waves, as quick shot of Brian Bielman working the camera and working the next deal on the cell phone. Out there in blue, we have Masamichi Matsunaga from Japan. In the white, we have Meredith Berthe from France. And in the red, Atamu Conti. And in the yellow, Mawiki Ryoja, both from Tahiti. And Tahiti's been producing quite a crop of surfers and stand-up paddleboarders in the last few years. It's been great to see our cousins from down below the equator coming up and competing here and doing well. As you see, white just kind of making it in from the last heat. That is Hirokazu Aoyama. And one thing about entering an event at Sunset Beach, you have to be ready for Sunset Beach. You know, it's quite possible the event can run in small 2 to 3 foot surf, but it's also equally possible in February that you will get surf 2 to 3 times over your head. As we see white, that's Meredith Berthe. And he is looking for this inside connection. Getting a score on the board. Makes a nice turn right there when he gets the opportunity. A little bit of foam on the face, and there just had a hard time setting that rail, but the wave was over already. So Meredith Berthe gets on the board from France. So 2 French Polynesians from Tahiti, and 1 Frenchman and a Japanese surfer in this heat. And there's our scaffolding setup. The judges are on the top scaffolding. There's Lapo. Checking out the action over the rail. You see the flag right there. It is as limp as can be. There is virtually no wind this morning, and it is quite a difference from what we've had in the last couple of days. In the last week here on the North Shore, we've had west-northwest winds pounding the coast at 15 to 30 to some places on the island. We're up to the 40, 50 mile an hour wind speeds. So today, a virtual must-run day for the waiting period. We have 3 days to have this event. And the event officially began here at Sunset Beach on Tuesday. So Tuesday and Wednesday were, as we say, all boss out here. It was so rough, so windy. It was all boss. But there's a Hawaiian that did well out there today. That's Kainoa Hawani'o in the blue, making his way up towards the Water Patrol tent from the Pohoiki area. That's where I first saw Kainoa competing in Uncle Boogie's event, and was impressive. He was riding everything out there. But the waves here today still very large in the 12 to 15 foot Hawaiian style range. So that is 30 feet if you're doing your math, kind of essentially doubling the Hawaiian scale to get the face value. So 12 to 15 feet Hawaiian size. To have the surf coming in at 12 to 15 feet, that is 24 to 30 feet Hawaiian size. Aloha, I'm Rocky Cannon, and we're live here at Sunset Beach for the Stand Up Paddle World Tour Sunset Beach Pro. We're in heat number 2 of the trials, and today will be all trials events, and trials indeed it is. When you think of North Shore professional competition, during the winter months, you think of the potential of having 20 to 30 foot faces as a competition day. So that is what we have on tap here today. And these athletes had better be ready. You better be prepared because Sunset Beach at 20 to 30 feet face value is serious stuff. And thankfully, we have the Hawaiian Water Patrol looking on. If they weren't here, it would be extremely tough to run. But thankfully, we have the Hawaiian Water Patrol, the best in the Hawaiian water safety business. And they are here to ensure the safety of our competitors, assist with equipment possibilities as far as broken paddles, broken leashes, broken boards. But it will be all and mostly your own paddling power to get you back into the lineup and surviving today. And while we're in heat number 2 here, we're going to take a short commercial break and be right back with more heat number 2 Stand-Up Paddle World Tour action from Sunset Beach. Just saw some images, if you're watching on watermanleague.com, of, I believe that was Kai Lenny. And, you know, if you know stand-up paddleboarding, if you're around it, or if you don't know it, what you need to know is Kai Lenny is the Kelly Slater, the Michael Jordan, the Tiger Woods, all of those those sports. He is definitely at the top of the game. And there is Hirokazu Aoyama, survived, made it back in, and surfed some big Sunset Beach, Okinami, today. And we do have quite the Japanese contingency here, a growing Japanese contingency of competitors as the sport picks up over in Japan. In this heat in blue, we've got Masamichi Matsunaga. Coming up in the next heat in white, we got Jun Arigawa. And this is just the trials event, heat number 2. Time remaining in this heat, 19 minutes and 10 seconds. 19:10 remaining. Heat number 3, you should be checked in. Julien Boyer, Marcio Grillo, Jeffrey Spencer, and Mikey O'Shaughnessy. You guys should be checked in. You have 18 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in this heat number 2. And if you tuned in last Sunday, we were broadcasting from Turtle Bay Resort, right there poolside for the women's event. The waves are big for Turtle Bay, but Hawaiian Water Patrol helped us get them through the waves and out to the event to where we were able to crown a winner. And that was Caroline Angibu. Came through in the last moment with 2 quick scores and was able to go from 4th to 1st. But at Turtle Bay, there's been a lot of great changes, a lot of cool things happening. Our efforts to be sustainable have been evident by the solar panel installation. And so those sustainability efforts have increased the percentage of electricity we get from alternative sources. We need heat number 3 to check in. Julian Boyer and Mikey O'Shaughnessy. Julian Boyer and Mikey O'Shaughnessy, check in. Get your jersey. We do have 17 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. So also, in addition to the solar panel installation on the Turtle Bay roof, we have the green roof, which replaced all that old kind of red cinder block or red kind of cindery roof rock that was previously sitting down below the guest rooms. We've replaced that with river rock and plants so that it's a much friendlier view and a much cooler roof in the sense. And also mahalo to the North Shore Community Land Trust for helping partner up with Turtle Bay to preserve over 1,100 acres of land. And in preserving over 1,100 acres of land, including Covella Bay, the North Shore Community Land Trust, thanks to Doug Cole, has partnered with Turtle Bay to be preserving that amount of land. And the Mauka lands that everybody's kind of lost track of the last few years are actually going to be implemented with agriculture and used to supply this resort with food, but also our community. We're going to have a surplus if we employ all of those lands in our ag land set across the Kamehameha Highway. So we'll be able to supply the North Shore with more homegrown foods rather than going to the supermarket to buy stuff that's imported. We should buy it from here. Here we go. This is white. That is Mederic Bertha. And Mederic's on the board with a couple of waves now, starting to get more comfortable here at Sunset Beach, all the way from the European country of France. Hawaiian Water Patrol goes over that wave. You see a lot of waves feathering out the back. And Water Patrol ski number 2 goes over the wave. And there's Josh Riccio, JC Shimahara, Riggs Napoleon. And our new sponsor, 27 Degrees North Paddles. The banner waving in the corner right there. And a lot of positive things are happening around Turtle Bay, around the North Shore. It's just great to see the waterman culture be brought to the forefront and celebrating this surf culture that's been documented and been lived by so many folks here on the North Shore. The Hawaiians that still live on the North Shore love to get in the water and practice our cultural tradition of riding waves. And of course, we enjoy sharing with folks that want to come enjoy, but that is coming with an immense amount of respect and appreciation for what this place is, what it's been, and what we want to continue it to be. So when you come to the North Shore, first word is respect. When you're coming from outside the North Shore and visiting our lovely coast here, of course it is open to all, but you'll find out very, very quickly that respect is commanded here, not only by the ocean, but by the Hawaiians that are from here. And the ocean today is one that is commanding immense respect. It has huge 20 to 30 foot faces crash on the outside, 12 to 15 feet Hawaiian size. So in an effort to be sustainable, Turtle Bay has installed solar panels. They've created a living green roof. Also partnered with North Shore Community Land Trust, preserving over 1,100 acres, and also being certified through StokeCertified.com. They are a company, an organization that rates different places and has certain parameters set for their sustainability. And Turtle Bay is the first surf resort in Hawaii to be certified with an index score of 83%. So there's 142 different metrics that they use, including environmental, social, cultural, and surf resource indicators. So Stoke Certified is the organization that qualifies resorts in sustainability and surf availability. And with the transformation of Turtle Bay Resort, it was the forming of the Turtle Bay Foundation, which awarded over $85,000 to North Shore nonprofits and student scholarships last year. And through the Turtle Bay Foundation, we've been able to host events, host fundraisers. Just this last Monday, we had a great community event for John Mozo, a talk story and a slideshow with his ohana. It's been 10 years since we lost one of the North Shore's great and artistic photographers, a water photographer at that. And we've also, last Friday, had a great fundraiser for kids that are suffering from cerebral palsy and need these new therapeutic tricycles that are for kids with motor skills needs. And so we had a great fundraiser last Friday with Kuhio Travis and Paula Funga playing live on stage at Surf of the Bar. There we see red, Julien Boyer, getting ready for his heat, heading out. Let's check the time here. Time remaining is 8 minutes and 15 seconds. So right around the 8-minute mark right now. My suggestion to you guys would be to start paddling out 10 minutes ago, but that's just me. Guys, we have 30-minute heats, but it's a lot of timing to get out there right now, so you're clear to go at least at the 15-minute mark, if not sooner. Totally up to you guys, but just please stay well out of the competition area. But now we got 7 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. That's blue, Masamichi Matsunaga. And Masamichi. Couple of little carves there. Just kind of getting used to this break here at Sunset Beach. There's blue in the next heat. 6 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Time remaining 1 minute 20 seconds. 1:20 remaining. Counting down 25 seconds. And now we're under 10 seconds. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stand by for the start of heat number 3. Here we go, heat number 3. Counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Heat number 3 is underway. Heat number 4, check in. Josh Riccio, Jun Adegawa, Kavika Kinimaka, and JC Shimahara check in. There's heat number 4 getting checked in. Josh Riccio, Jun Adegawa, Kavika Kinimaka, JC Shimahara. Looks like Mikey O'Shaughnessy might have broke a board or broke a leash. You see the action on the bike path there. Everybody getting ready. Looking on the yellow caution tape left over from the city and county, keeping the beach somewhat off limits for the last few days due to the big surf and rough conditions. Here we go. This is Red having a look. That's Julien Boyer. Oh, no go there. Here we go on the outside. That's red, Julien Boyer. And he's in the lead in this heat so far. Just a couple of small scores. The athlete in red, Julien Boyer. Heat number 4 should be getting checked in. Josh Riccio, Jun Arigawa, Kavika Kinimaka, JC Shimahara. And time remaining in this heat, 19 minutes. 19 minutes remaining in heat number 3. I'd like to say mahalo to all of our great sponsors. Mahalo to Red Bull, This Week Hawaii, Victory Core Dry, Paradise Helicopters mahalo, also Turtle Bay Resort, and also mahalo to Nash and Starboard and Fanatic, as well as JP Australia, Rogue, and Corban, mahalo. The Nakamakai, also thank you very much. Here is red. This is Julien Boyer, your heat leader. And he is also from the country of France, going for a layback slash on the inside and can't complete. Josh Riccio getting ready. Also mahalo to the Nakamakai nonprofit organization, Big Sup, IOPS Focus Sup Boards, Art in Surf, F1 New Advance, and 27 Degrees North. Also Sup the Mag, big mahalos, our official publication media partner. And here's Julien Boyer. Gets a nice, smooth cutty right there. Good paddle transfer. These waves are not easy to ride, especially if you have somewhat of an injury. Looks like he's got an ankle brace on his left ankle. So not his back ankle, but still, at this kind of day at Sunset Beach, you want to be as close to 100% as you can. And Mikey O'Shaughnessy tries to stand up and misses the rail and goes down. So Water Patrol having a look at Mikey O'Shaughnessy. And he's trying to get out of the way of these huge waves that are behind him. The waves in the foreground just make it so hard to see what's happening on the next wave as the waves stack up and crash just like that, virtually engulfing the screen. There's Water Patrol. Going to check on Mikey. I think he found his paddle, so he's going to take it over to him. Competitors, it's good for you to keep in mind that Hawaiian Water Patrol is there, number one, for safety. Water Patrol is there for safety. And the assistance provided is all going to come with safety as the top priority. So if you're missing a paddle or or need, something other that's not super crucial, if you're not in trouble, the Water Patrol has 4 competitors to observe and to look after. So please understand that Water Patrol there is for safety primarily, first and foremost. If it is feasible to assist, as long as you're not in danger, then the Water Patrol will do their best to assist, as you just saw with paddle retrieval. But it's a big ocean with a lot of times dark-colored paddles. Do not expect them to be hunting around for a paddle. You must catch a wave to the neutral zone on the inside, and then we'll help you retrieve your paddle. And we have a special treat this morning. Right here on the beach at Sunset Beach, we have our champion from a couple of days ago at the Turtle Bay Women's Pro, Caroline Angibu.
Caroline, Turtle Bay Pro champion. How does that sound?
That sounds great. that still keep me, but yeah.
Has it sunk in yet? Has it sunk in yet? Winning the 2015 Turtle Bay Pro, has it sunk in? Being champion in Hawaii?
That's great. In Hawaii, this is the best place to win, so I didn't expect it. I was just coming just to train a little bit on this event to be ready for the next one, and so I won. It was just my day this day. I'm exhausted, but that was great.
With 8 minutes to go, you hadn't caught a single wave, and then just with a few seconds to go, you clinched that winning wave. How did that feel? Just explain those 2 rides.
That was really hard to wait because I saw all the girls surfing and I was still waiting for the big wave. That was my plan, to wait for the big set. And so I was waiting, but then I had to come back a little bit closer to the shore to catch some waves, and I had one good wave, and then the jet ski picked me up really fast outside. So thanks a lot to the jet ski, and I could have another wave just 30 seconds because the end, and I could just hear the horn when I was finishing my wave, so that was great.
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you.
Back up to you, Rocky.
Thank you, Caroline Angibu, and congratulations. That was a thrilling victory at Turtle Bay on Sunday. There was only about 8 minutes remaining, and she had not even caught a wave yet of a 25-minute heat. And then miraculously so, got a 6.77 and then got a backup score and went from 4th to 1st in just a couple of minutes. That was a pretty amazing performance by Caroline. Time remaining in this heat, heat number 3, is 11 minutes and 10 seconds. So 11:10 remaining. Here we go. This is white. Marcio Grillo. And Marcio. Nice top turn there. On the replay. There you see yellow, Mikey O'Shaughnessy got his paddle back. On the outside in blue, that's Jeffrey Spencer. Some spectators looking on. We're live on watermanleague.com. Yellow, Michael O'Shaughnessy just kicking out there. Mikey boy. More huge waves out the back. There you see scores. Julien Bouyer in first with a 2.67. Sorry, 2.67 and a 4.17. And also a 6-point ride. So his 6-point ride and his 4.17 are the top two. A 5-point ride for Marcio Grillo on the last wave. Here we go, up and riding in white. Just a brief one. That was Marcio Grillo. Seven minutes and 10 seconds remaining. 7:10. Here we go. Mikey O'Shaughnessy in the yellow. Fading. And Big Red waiting for this inside section to redevelop. And catapults off the board. 6 minutes and 45 seconds. 6:45 remaining. On the outside is red. Here we go on the inside. This is white. Having a look. No go. Solid 12 to 15 feet on the outside here at Sunset Beach. Huge waves on the North Shore. Marcio Grillo from Brazil, right there in the white jersey. He's currently in second place. He's got a pretty good score of a 5.0 and backing up with a small score, but that is the second highest scoring wave of the heat. I've been riding in white, and a late drop there for Marcio, somehow holding on, his feet almost coming disconnected. We might have to slow motion on that one. That was a huge drop, and did a good job just to hang on. Now finds a lot of white water on the inside. So Marcio Grillo trying to better a low score of a 0.5 to add to his 5-point ride. That won't be as good as his 5, but it'll be possibly a little better than his 0.5 he was counting as his second score. Here we go, up and riding in red, having a look at least. That is Julien Boyer. Time remaining in this heat is 1 minute and 45 seconds. 1:45 remaining. And there's Mikey O'Shaughnessy in the yellow. Way out there. We are broadcasting live on the beach as well as simultaneously live on watermanleague.com. So for those of you watching here on the beach, mahalo for hanging out. And those of you watching on the web, thanks for tuning in. And I'll ask for your patience on both sides, as we do need to make announcements that are specific to the beach and for the competitors here. And for those of you watching on the beach, we do have things happening on a screen that I'm watching here that you may be wondering, where is he seeing that person? What is he talking about? I have a screen here, so that's the reason that you'll hear me sometimes say a color or a surfer or an athlete that you may not know exactly where they are, but I can see them on the screen here. So that's to our viewers on watermanleague.com. So thank you both for your patience and for your spectatorship. We really do appreciate it. 30 seconds remaining, 30 seconds. And blue, Jeffrey Spencer, trying to get a wave here in the final seconds. He's out there with Mikey O'Shaughnessy. 20 seconds. Hawaiian Water Patrol passing by. Here we go, counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I believe Julien Boyer and Marcio Grillo, top two in that heat, is what it looked like from the update we got partially through the heat. Counting down to start heat number 4. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's a shot of the bike path, the infamous, very famous North Shore Sunset Beach bike path, and very famous Ka'eo Abbey walking by, strolling through. Here we go, Mikey O'Shaughnessy coming in from his last heat. That is yellow from the last heat. Right now in the water, we've got in red is Josh Riccio. In white, it's Jun Adegawa. In blue, Kavika Kinimaka. In yellow, JC Shimahara. Check in heat 5. Noah Yap, Brian Talma, Landon McNamara, and Izzy Gomez. Check in. Noah Yap, Brian Talma, Landon McNamara, and Izzy Gomez. It's a good shot of the shore break and what you have to navigate before heading out into the huge waves on the outside. There's quite a bit of large waves breaking in shallow water close to the beach on the inside here. Of course, Sunset Beach, site of the HIC Pro every October, a qualifier for the Triple Crown. And, of course, we are here also during the Triple Crown for the Vans World Cup. Long-time running event. We've had the Sunset Beach Pro Junior out here a few weeks ago as Julien Boyer gets some help retrieving his board from the shore break. And ankle brace barely hanging on, broken board from the shore break. So that's a big board there, folks. A lot of foam. You know, it's got to be thick so you can stand up and paddle on it. And Julien made that heat, but it cost him a board. But nonetheless, he's on to the quarterfinals of the trials. So this is Pro Trials, all part of the Stand-Up Paddle World Tour. The Stand-Up World Tour, brought to you by the Waterman League and a host of other great sponsors, including Nash and Starboards, JP Australia, and Rogue Paddleboards as well, Corban. And this event brought to you by Red Bull. Here we go. This is yellow. That's JC Shimahara. And JC with a nice little kick out there. In the red, we got Josh Riccio. In the white, Jun Adegawa. In the blue, Kavika Kinimaka. And in the yellow, JC Shimahara. As Julien Boyer gets both pieces of his board together. Not back together, but at least they are found and accounted for. So coming up in the quarterfinals, he'll be on his backup board. Okay, now I have an updated heat sheet. So actually, corrected, that is Kavika Kinimaka in the yellow. So we just did a little switcheroo. Of the color scheme, actually, on this heat sheet. So it is red, Josh Riccio, white, Jun Adegawa, Yellow, Kavika Kinimaka. Blue, JC Shimahara. And Julian all smiles as he made the heat and also survived. But the board, not so much, but that's okay. I'm sure he's got a backup board to use. Another Nash board to navigate Sunset Beach. So heat number 5 should be getting checked in and getting going. And that is blue coming in from the heat. I think that was Jeffrey Spencer. Red on the outside, that's Josh Riccio. And Josh way out in front of this section here. Tony Freitas on the bike path over there. This is heat number 4. We're getting through our first round of trials. "17 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Yeah, the boys. Cruising on the front potch over there. Yellow on the outside, that's Kavika Kinimaka. He's got a pretty good wave under his belt right off the bat. And you see white right there, Jun Adegawa, one of our Japanese competitors. There's Izzy Gomez, our 2014 Women's World Champion. She looks ready in the sense that she's got her paddle and her board and everything and her jersey. But Izzy, are you really ready? She's up to the task. She is a competitor. She is always striving to get better. And just be careful out there. It is a huge sunset. And we have time remaining in this heat right now. We have 13 minutes and 55 seconds. 13:55, counting down. So we are in heat number 4 of the trials rounds here. Sunset Beach Pro Trials. And we have a lost cell phone turned in. And the battery almost dead. Oh, low battery. It's a lost phone. If you lost your phone, come claim it. Here we go, red up and riding. And just a quick ditch right there for Josh Riccio. Lifeguards have posted dangerous shore break, strong current signs, no swimming today here at Sunset Beach. If you would like a safe place to swim later on, maybe after the contest, you can go check out Turtle Bay Resort. There's a beautiful protected cove right in front of Ola Restaurant. And there's some shots of the beach area. Time remaining in this heat, 9 minutes. 9 minutes remaining. Hey, hi. Konnichiwa. Ohayo gozaimasu. The 1970s called. They want their peace sign back. There you go. Scores. Kavika Kinimaka, that first wave of 6.67 out in the lead. Jun Aregawa from Japan is in second. In third place, red, Josh Riccio needs a 1.78. JC Shimahara in fourth with no waves yet in blue, needs a 3.1. So there's the situation with 8 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. It is 100% certain that our athletes in the water, in the heat, cannot hear the scores or the transmission. So just mostly making the announcement for the beach and their friends here and also to the webcast. But it is a long way out that they're surfing. We just happen to have extremely quality zoom lens on our cameras. And there's our next heat getting ready. In the white jersey, that is Brian Talma. In the blue, that's Izzy Gomez. In the yellow, Landon McNamara. And in the red, it'll be Noah Yap. Zane Schweitzer giving Izzy some encouragement. Team Starboard. So we have 7 heats in this first round of trials, the Sunset Beach Pro Trials. As we watch Josh Riccio surf pretty well on that wave. So Josh needing a small score to go to second place. We'll see if that does it for him. But we are taking high thirds. We're going to take 2 high thirds from the round. So Hirokazu Aoyama, stick around. Third place from the heat number 2, as well as third place from heat number 3. You guys stick around. We are taking 2 high thirds that will go into the quarterfinals. Just because we have an odd number of heats, we have 7 heats, so we do need some more folks. And Mikey boy, that happened just now in your heat. Oh, whose board is that? Is that your board? 3 pieces. Oh, brah. Makes it that much harder to put back together, I tell you what. When it's broken in 3 pieces. We saw that at the Pipe Masters. Freddie P's board on a mutant wave was broken in 3 pieces. So here today at Sunset Beach, a stand-up paddleboard broken in 3 pieces. Izzy paddling through the shore break, getting a lot of encouragement from Team Starboard. Betta Zane and the boys over there. Because if you don't make it through that shore break, if you don't time it just perfect, it can be horrendous. It's a situation where you could break your board before you even make it out 20 yards. 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes. Waves breaking on the outside. There you see yellow. That's Kavika Kinimaka. He's got the highest wave possibly of the day so far with a 6.67. Izzy Gomez makes it beyond the shore break. Now she's into a little bit deeper water, but it's so rough right there. Larry Haynes swimming in the large surf, getting some water shots. Oh, look at this big wave on the outside. Huge. Way out there. And that one fizzles out, and it's going to reform and stack up once again on the main peak here at Sunset Beach. Betta Zane talking starry over there. Maybe some paddle out strategies and stuff like that. Time remaining in this heat, 1 minute and 5 seconds, 1:05 remaining. There's a cool shot of the bike path from foot level, looking down. Everybody just cruising and enjoying the beautiful Thursday morning we have here. And that was the end of heat number 4. Stand by to start heat number 5. Counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Better Dave Kalama. He's got his son coming up in heat number 7. Oh, me in the shades. Sunset Beach Bike Path. Beracchioni. Folks coming down to check out the Sunset Beach Pro Trials, part of the Stand Up Paddle World Tour. And a trials day it is indeed. Trials and tribulations in the lineup. A couple of broken boards already, broken leashes, and just all-out carnage. But we are holding an event that is contestable. Mahalo to the Hawaiian Water Patrol, making it possible to have this event here at Sunset Beach. And in the water right now, heat number 5. Heat number 6, check in. Sebastian Gomez, Tehotu Wong, Kevin Seed, and Nolan Keolana, check in. Sebastian Gomez, Tehotu Wong, Kevin Seed, and Nolan Keolana, check in. Hawaiian Water Patrol. On the outside, there's Blue Izzy Gomez, one of our 2 female competitors jumping in with the boys here in the trials. So that's an interesting storyline here for the Sunset Beach Pro Trials. Stand-up paddleboard surfing is the sport that we are spectating here today. And these are some of the top competitors from around the world, but these are trialists. They are vying for qualification into the main event where they will be up against the best stand-up paddleboard surfers in the world. Names like Kai Lenny, Zane Schweitzer, Kaio and Ian Vaz, among others, Sean Pointer, and the list goes on and on of competitors who have stepped up into this stand-up paddle world tour. "24 minutes and 45 seconds remaining, 24:45. Welcome to all of you here on the beach at the Stand-Up Paddle World Tour, Stand-Up World Tour, Sunset Beach Pro Trials. This is the men's event. We wrapped up the women's and junior event over at Turtle Bay Resort. And now we are here at Sunset Beach for day number 1 of the Sunset Beach Men's Pro. And Brother Riggs cruising over there by the tent. And on the outside, big waves breaking. It is, if some of you are wondering, how big really are the waves out there? And you'll notice we do have a 3-story scaffolding here on the beach. And if you stand next to that scaffolding and look to the very top and look a little bit above that is what the actual size of most of these waves are breaking out here at Sunset Beach. As we saw White, I believe that was Brian Talma, and he went down pretty hard right there in the trough of that huge breaking wave. There's White from the last heat, Jun Aregawa on a Nash board. Talking small kind story with Brother Riggs. And Izzy Gomez right in the mix there. Heat number 6 should be checked in. Sebastian Gomez, Tehotu Wong, Kevin Seed, and Nolan Keolana. Another great shot of the bike path, 27 degrees north. One of our great new sponsors. Stand-up paddleboarding divided into 2 disciplines. Many of our athletes doing both stand-up paddle surfing and racing. And of course, 2 different boards are required to race and to surf. Giorgio Gomez cruising on the bike path over there, saying, "How's it?" live on watermanleague.com all around the world. And back out to the action in the blue. That's Izzy Gomez. So Giorgio keeping a close eye on the action. That's his sister out there. Giorgio will be coming up later in the main event. And attention, all competitors. All competitors, please do not stand up after your heat. The judges will be watching closely for surfers standing up after their heat. We do have a little bit of a break between each heat, but please do not stand up after your heat, especially if we've gone into the next heat. We don't want anybody getting misjudged out there for getting the wrong color or wrong athlete. So please cooperate. Surfers, do not stand up after your heat. Thank you. $19 minutes, 45 seconds, 19:45 remaining. Oh, Uncle Ed. And you see the flags just starting to move a little bit. We're forecasted to have light winds today. It will be out of the southwesterly direction, so not desirable, but much lighter than we've experienced the last few days and week. Meanwhile, sets on the outside, possibly. The sun coming out and putting a bit of a sparkle on the ocean surface. And Izzy may have a chance here. We shall see. I believe she's turning and having a look. And she won't be able to catch that one. And bigger waves out the back. On the inside, Hawaiian Water Patrol going to pick up Larry Haynes. And big whitewater approaching Izzy Gomez. She has to bail. And the leash holds true. 18 minutes remaining. 18 minutes. Heat number 6 should be checked in. Sebastian Gomez, Tehotu Wong, Kevin Seed, Nolan Keolana. There's Izzy Gomez dropping in the Wahine, surfing with the boys. So Izzy Gomez gets a wave, gets back to her paddle, and gets back around to the channel. Mahalo Hawaiian Water Patrol for assisting all of our competitors today. Mahalo for being out there watching over the safety of all of our competitors and photographers, namely Larry Haynes. Remaining in this heat, 11 minutes, 20 seconds, 11:20 remaining. We're going to end this heat right now. And heat number 6, get ready to go out. Yeah, roger that. Bring the competitors in. You can bring Izzy in from this heat. And heat number 6, Sebastian Gomez, Tehotu Wong, Kevin Seed, Nolan Keolana. Please check in. Sebastian Gomez, Tehotu Wong, Kevin Seed, and Nolan Keolana check in. Hawaiian Water Patrol, let Izzy know the heat is over and she can come in. If Water Patrol can assist, that will be great. Go ahead and give her a ride back in. Heat number 6. Please the lineup. Sebastian Gomez, Tehotu Wong, Kevin Seed, and Nolan Keolana. Heat number 6, please paddle out. Hawaiian Water Patrol bringing the previous heat back to the beach. And that is the end of heat number 5. Heat number 5 is Pau. And once heat number 6 makes it out to the lineup, we'll be on the start for heat 6. Stand by. Heat 6, please paddle out and take your positions in the lineup. Heat number 6, please paddle out. And we'll start the heat when our competitors get into the lineup. Heat number 6, you guys need to paddle out. Heat number 6, if you're going to surf, we need you to paddle out. If you are not surfing, then do not paddle out. But we'd like to get this heat started because we did stop the previous heat with 6 minutes. And you guys should have already been paddling out. You guys want to get a pretty good head start today. That's your first lesson, surfing Big Sunset Beach and Big North Shore, is you want to allow for ample time to make it out to the lineup. But if you don't like go out, then don't go out. Nobody's forcing you. But here on the North Shore, on big swells, you need at least 10 to 12 minutes to make it out to the lineup in time for the start of your heat. It'll be difficult for us to stand by while you guys contemplate. So we need you guys to get out there well before the start of your heat. Just a little competition 101. Izzy, you made it. You made it. You caught a wave and everything. Right on. As she high fives another one of our wahine who's going to challenge the boys here at Sunset Beach. That's Fiona Wild in the yellow. She'll be in yellow in heat number 7. Heat number 6 heading out to the water right now. Stand by for a start. And heat 7. You guys might as well go ahead and get checked in. Heat 7, please check in. Dorrance David, Kael Abbey, Fiona Wild, and Austin Kalama. Check in. Dorrance David, Kael Abbey, Fiona Wild, and Austin Kalama. Check in. So heat number 6, you guys should be paddling out. If not already out there. So we can get you guys started. And then we'll be on standby and checking in heat 7. But heat number 6 should be paddling out. So we are on standby for the start of heat number 6. I believe So heat number 6, only 2 competitors are in the area. So they will be automatically advanced into the quarterfinals. Heat number 7, that is Dorrance David, Kaeo Abbey, Fiona Wild, and Austin Kalama. You will be heading out into the water very shortly. Get your rash guards, get your jerseys, and head out for heat number 7. Got Austin Kalama getting ready. And along with Austin will be yellow, Fiona Wild, white, Kaeo Abbey, and red, Dorrance David. All right, so Austin Kalama and Fiona Wild on screen right there, getting ready to go out. Austin Kalama heading out through the shore break. And there we go. That is red, Dorrance David. And in yellow, one of our Wahine competitors, Fiona Wild. And she'll be in for some wild conditions here at Sunset Beach. But you gotta give it up to these Wahine challenging the boys here at Sunset Beach. Izzy Gomez probably advanced out of that last heat. She caught a wave. As Dorrance David on your screen there from Tahiti. He is making his way out through the shore break. Good morning and welcome to those of you hanging out on the beach, hanging out on the bike path. We are live on watermanleague.com. Hey, Shaka, good morning. How's it? You guys are on TV all across the world. Yeah, there we go. We got one Shaka catching on over there. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with more action from round 1 of the Sunset Beach Pro Trials. We're in heat number 7, getting set to start. Kind of a partly cloudy day here on the North Shore. We've had some windows of sunshine here and there, but we've got large surf conditions, huge waves. One of the days we've got less wind than we've had, so it is a must-go here to get one of our 3 days of competition completed. So heat number 7 making their way out. Getting set to start here pretty soon. Heat number 1 of the quarterfinals. Please be on standby to check in. Kainoa, Hawani'o, Atamu, Conti, Marcio Grillo, Josh Riccio, check in. And a day like today, we do need all of our competitors to make it out on their own, especially in just the beginning of the heat. So we do have our other competitors out there. As soon as they're in position, we'll be getting set to start. Fiona, do your best to try to make it out. We do have our other competitors who have made it out. And part of the qualification method here in the trials at Sunset Beach is to be able to make it out to the lineup unassisted. Sometimes an option is to go even walk further down towards Mother's Beach and Shores. And you probably can get out walking down the beach that far, but it is pretty tough to make it through this shore break with a stand-up paddleboard. But it's been done. We're going to keep doing it. There she goes. Yeah, heat number 7 is underway. Dorrance David in red, Kaeo Abby in white, Austin Kalama in blue, and Fiona Wild in yellow. Quarterfinal heat number 1, check in. Kainoa, Hawanio, Atamu, Conti, Marcio Grillo, and Josh Riccio check in. Quarterfinal heat number 1. You guys, give it up for Fiona Wild. Determination right there. That goes to show you it is not an easy task getting beyond this shore break. She still has some time remaining. There's 26 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock, so she can get out there in about 5 or 7 minutes and have enough time to catch a couple of waves. But I just got to say, blue on the outside trying to catch a wave, and white. If the shore break gives you that much trouble, just wait what's beyond. On the outside, it is 10 times bigger, 10 times more powerful than what's here on the shore break. So we'll wish Fiona the best as she heads out, as well as all of our competitors heading out into today's competition. It is real challenging, dangerous to say the least, and also just very, very rough conditions out there. Oh, we got some fresh pineapples. Oh, that's a big old pineapple guy right there with a big smiley face and some yummy ice cold pineapple action going on. Once again, quarterfinal number 1 should be checked in. Kainoa Hawani'o, Atamu Conti, Marcio Grillo, and Josh Riccio check in. And a huge set approaching on the outside. As Fiona getting pulled over to Cammie's. And it's just been a rough waiting period in all sense of the word. We had terrible conditions on Tuesday and Wednesday. We've got nice wind conditions today. The swell is just still very large. And then going into tomorrow, the winds will be back for the weekend. And then we have a holiday on Monday and then a possible window for Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. The winds calm down again. That's red, Dorrance David. Nice paddle transfer, right back. And just trying to find some open face here and trying to find some smooth water. Fits a cut back in right there. Just about 22 minutes remaining. 22 minutes and 20 seconds. See the clock counting down there on your screen. And Austin Kalama with a 0.37. We're waiting for the last score of Dorrance David. Dorrance David goes to first with a 2.67. So David in first with a 2.67. Kalama in blue in second with a 0.37. Here we go. This is white, Ka'eo Abbey. And Ka'eo negotiating this huge wave. Got a nice looking board there. Cruising him all the way through. Just staying on his feet. That's going to be the name of the game today, is just to complete your waves all the way in so you can get over to the channel. And a chance for our guys to jump on a little bit bigger board. And possibly a little more stability. But still, that channel over there is very rough here at Sunset Beach. A lot of cross chop. A lot of currents pulling left, pulling right, and melding together. Here's blue. This is Austin Kalama. And Austin finds some open face. And fading a nice cutty right there. And then kicks out. Austin, the one of three sons of Dave Kalama. And Fiona Wild has made it out. There she is, right next to Doris David. And now is going to try to find a wave to catch. Fiona, one of the newest Starboard team members. There's Hawaiian Water Patrol with Larry Haynes getting some water shots. So there's our heat draw. There's our schedule of events starting at Turtle Bay Resort over the weekend. And then to Sunset Beach today. And then we will be on call for Sunset Beach from tomorrow through February 18th. Not able to run on February 16th. Due to the fact it is President's Day, a holiday, a recognized holiday. There's a screenshot of blue. That's Austin Kalama from the island of Maui. Of course, part of the Kalama Surfing Ohana that has been instrumental in shaping the way the waves are ridden, the way that waves are played with here in Hawaii. Uncle Boogie Kalama being on the First Hokulea voyage. Uncle Noah Kalama introducing and having canoe races over in the Newport area, California. Just spreading the love and appreciation and respect for the ocean worldwide. Here we go. This is blue. That is Austin Kalama. And Austin trying to get around the section. He finally does. And there's some somewhat open face for Austin. A little fade back into the whitewater. And he'll kick out safely. Some of the scenes from the bike path, Cody Kerbox and the gang. Cruising, talking story. Hanging out here on the North Shore. One of the surf capitals of the world right here on the North Shore. The mecca of so many great events. And here we go. This is red Dorrance David. And just quick up and down for Dorrance. Fiona is up and riding. So there she is. Give her a round of applause, Beach. Come on now. She battled through that shore break. She battled through that incredibly strong rip current over towards Cammie's and made it out to at least catch a wave. So you got to say that, you got to think that it's a victory in itself right there for Fiona. Just a personal victory. It's almost like, you know, when you do these big paddleboard races and there's tons of competitors and it's, you know, just kind of a more of less competition with your fellow competitors and more of a competition with yourself, just to push yourself, to prove to yourself that you can do it, that you can finish it, that you can get out there, you can make it out and catch a wave. You know, regardless of what happens as far as the results of the heat, just to get out and catch a wave is definitely a victory, and congratulations to Fiona Wild. Heat number 1 of the quarterfinals should be checked in. Time remaining is 12 minutes, 20 seconds. Quarterfinal number 1 should be paddling out. 12 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. On the outside, there's red, Dorrance David. And Dorrance going to try to pump into this one. He does. And finds a nice wall here. Bottom turning, floating over the top. And holding on until the whitewater finally upends him. And now we're locked on Fiona Wild. See if she can get wave number 2. And here we go on the outside is blue. That's Austin Kalama. Hey, double D. Made it down to the beach. There's a cool scene. Dave Kalama and Derek Dorner. Here we go on the outside. Fiona having a look in yellow. A little bit deeper is blue, Austin Kalama. And Austin up and riding. Drawing out his bottom turn. And finds a nice little cutback section. Comes around the corner for another little turn there just to get more scores on the board. The final round, final heat of round 1 in the Sunset Beach Pro Trials. Top 2 and 2 high thirds from the previous heats will advance into the quarterfinals. Time remaining in this heat, 8 minutes and 34 seconds. Here we go, Fiona Wild is up and riding, trying to set the rail, and now just trying to hold on. And she gets overtaken by Whitewater. Once again, folks, some of the waves breaking out here are up to the 3rd story of the scaffolding. And it is a day with actual serious consequences should you have a mishap here at Sunset Beach. It is very large, very big surf. And a replay of yellow Fiona Wild as she takes off on that huge drop and then gets engulfed by the Whitewater. A lot of spectators enjoying the bike path there. Folks, just remember that it is a bike path, and we do need to be able to pass through, so please do not stand in the middle of the bike path when you're spectating. Please either stand on either side or down on the beach to watch the surfing, just because we do have regular resident traffic that needs to pass through. Mahalo for your cooperation and for your interest in stand-up paddle surfing here at Sunset Beach. Huge waves breaking on the outside. Right now, Austin Kalama is in first place. Austin with a 3.77 and a 3.3. Dorrance David is in second with a 2.67 and a 3.37. Fiona Wild is in third She needs a 287 and a 1.23. Kael Abbey, you're in fourth. You need a 1.97. Sorry, you need a 4.34 to go to second, Kael. More importantly, you need a score to go to third, because I'm not sure you want to finish in fourth in this heat. Lifeguards have posted the no swimming signs, so please heed the warnings. And keep yourself high and dry here at Sunset Beach. If you'd like to enjoy safer swimming over at Turtle Bay Resort, we have the Ola restaurant. Time remaining, 4 minutes and 20 seconds, 4:20 remaining. On the outside, that looks like white Kael Abbey. And Kael finishing up his wave number 3. I've been riding in red on the outside. That is Dorrance David, your heat leader. And he's fading on this one. Got in super early. And now working his way back across into the open face. Time remaining in this heat, 2 minutes. 2 minutes remaining. Looks like Yellow might have had a mishap before even the start of his heat. And that's unfortunate. There you see the competitors for quarterfinal number 1 standing by on the outside. There's a look at our contest scaffolding, and you look at the height, the 3-story scaffolding. That's how big some of these waves are out there. A lot of the waves today are reaching the top of that scaffolding. And there you see the yellow flag is up. We are under 5 minutes. We're actually down to the wire here. We're going to end this heat pretty soon. Here we go. Fiona Wild at the buzzer. Made it out after 3 tries in the short break. Gets a wave on the outside and kicks out. So that does it for heat number 7, round 1 of the Sunset Beach Pro Trials. Stand by for the start of quarterfinal number 1. Stand by for the start of quarterfinal number 1. Here we go, counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So quarterfinal number 1 is underway. Quarterfinal number 2. Please check in. Mawiki Rioja, Alohikea Kalalao, Julian Boyer, and Kavika Kinimaka check in for heat number 9. Sorry, heat number 2 of the quarterfinals. So round 1, we saw 7 heats. And actually, heat number 6 had only 2 competitors, so we saw 6 heats of action of round 1. And we had this guy in red. I believe that is Kainoa Hawanio. No, that is Alohikea Kalalao from round 1. Advanced on to the quarterfinals. And it was this guy in blue. So the waves were pretty treacherous. I know that's Ka'eo Abbey right there. And it was a very challenging round, but we did have qualifiers make it into the quarterfinals. So we'll have that round on tap. And round 1, virtually just kind of like a guinea pig round, and those guys survived well. Izzy Gomez, one of our Wahines that made it through into the quarterfinals. And it was fun to watch all of these folks, all these athletes out there doing their best at Sunset Beach. Julian Boyer coming up in the next heat of the quarterfinals on your screen there. Had a couple of nice waves. So we have our two high thirds that made it to the quarterfinals, and that is Austin Kalama and Meredith Bertha, our two high thirds that advanced into the quarterfinals. There's Austin Kalama making it back up the beach, heading into the quarterfinal round. So we got to give a round of applause for Fiona Wild. She advanced out of that heat. You guys give it up for Fiona, getting second place in that heat. And wow, determination really pays off on the outside. Kainoa Hawani'o. And Kainoa finding a couple of opportunities for maneuvers. Fiona, good job. Way to go. You got second out there. You advanced. And that was a treacherous shore break battle, but she made it through there. Got to the outside, caught 3 waves, and advanced through her heat. So what a performance by Fiona Wild. So treacherous conditions here at Sunset Beach. We're in quarterfinal heat number 1. Quarterfinal heat number 2 should be checked in, ready to go. Mauiki Raioha, Alohikia Kalalau, Julian Boyer, and Kavika Kinimaka getting set for quarterfinal number 2. And this swell is expected to stay large throughout the day today. So we'll be facing these conditions till the end of today's competition. I'd like to say mahalo to all of our great sponsors. We have 20 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in this heat, 20:50 to go. Mahalo to Nash Paddleboards. Also to Starboard. As well as to JP Australia, along with Corban. As well as Rogue Paddleboards, also Fanatic Paddleboards, and Red Bull, This Week Magazine, Victory Wetsuits. And now we're going to take you down to one of our Wahine competitors who made it out of that last heat, Fiona Wild.
Thank you, Rocky. I'm down here with Fiona. Fiona, congratulations on the top third place. Just explain, first of all, getting out at sunset. How was that out there?
That took me a little while, as most everybody saw on the beach and on the webcam. I had to take 2 tries, and I was just getting pounded again and again and again. And then I finally got like a little clear spot, and I just like, okay, this is my shot. I gotta go, and I did it. And then I made it out, and I was like, okay, now I'm out. Now what? And then I was like, oh boy, these things are pretty big. But that was an experience that I've never had before, and it was a thrilling one and a really fun one at the same time. But yeah, it was just amazing, and thank you so much for letting myself and, Izzy into the trials, and yeah, something I've never done before, and I definitely want to say thank you for the opportunity. And Mom, I'm back safe.
What was it like competing against all the guys?
It was pretty calm, actually. I mean, conditions are big, and so everybody was just kind of like, okay, here we go. And I don't really think they thought of me as anything, anybody different than just another surfer out there. And that's what I am, just another surfer out there. So it was really cool and humbling, and yeah, thank you.
So you've progressed through. What's your strategy now?
I have to do it again. Basically the same thing. I mean, I would like to make it out of the short break in the first try, so I guess that's number one. And then when I'm going out there, being safe and trying to be smart and not going too deep, and yeah, just trying to be as smart as I can so I don't get in trouble.
Great stuff. Fiona Wild progressing through as the top third place finisher. Rocky, back to you.
Thank you, Stuart, and congratulations, Fiona.
Thank you.
How's it, you guys?
Fiona.
Aloha. And Fiona Wild making it through to the next round, to the quarterfinals.
Thanks, Pat.
And that is the round that we are quarterfinal heat number 1. Looks like White Atamu Conti suffered a cut above his eye. Not sure if it was from his board or from his paddle. Meanwhile, we had some action on the outside. Here we go. This is blue, Josh Riccio. And Riccio with 17 minutes remaining. Can't get that wave. Hawaiian Water Patrol tending to, I believe that is Atamu Conti. who suffered, looks like a laceration above his right eye. Here we go, Josh Riccio. Nice carving turn there for Josh. And connects one more time off the top. And one of our surfers getting ready for the next heat. That is, looks like Alohikia Kalalau in the white. Yeah, bule. Coming up next also in the red is Mawiki Ryoha. Also Julian Boyer in the yellow and Kavika Kinimaka in the blue. Where you see red on the outside, that's Kainoa Hawani'o from the Big Island, waiting for a wave to come through. 14 minutes remaining. 14 minutes. Up and riding out the back, that is red, Kainoa Hawani'o. And Kainoa with a nice drawn out cut back there on that rogue paddleboard, gets back down into the face, down the line speed, and kicks out over the back. "13 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. 13 minutes remaining here in heat number 1 of the quarterfinals. Termination is outside Kainoa Hawani'o. Big waves rolling through right now here at Sunset Beach. Closing out the area. And making it through there, that is yellow, Julian Boyer. So Julian will head out for quarterfinal heat number 2. And there's red, Mawiki Ryoja. So the Stand-Up Paddle World Tour getting kicked off here at Sunset Beach for the men's tour. Here in the Sunset Beach Pro Trials. Last year, 2014, the tour started here, of course, at Sunset Beach. Went to various places like Brazil, France, Abu Dhabi in the wave pool, Huntington Beach. So a lot of international locations for this Stand-Up World Tour, Sunset Beach Pro Stand-Up World Tour. We also have the Stand-Up World Series. That is the racing portion of the tour. So the two different disciplines from the Stand-Up World Tour and World Series from the Waterman League. And these athletes very, very well in shape, in condition for handling these types of waves. Mahalo to Turtle Bay Resort, just down the road. If you guys are looking for a safe place to swim a little bit later today, there is a beautifully protected beach right in front of Ola Restaurant. Just make sure you stay in close and inside of those orange buoys as Cliff Botello grabs the paddle belonging to one of our athletes to get it to him. And Turtle Bay Resort is your a great home base if you're coming from overseas to hang out and surf. We got some great waves right around the hotel right there. And, of course, the miracle of the North Shore. Lately it's been quite onshore, but you can extend around the east or over towards Mokuleia for some waves. You can surf Waimea Shore Break. So when it gets onshore in there, it functions like a proper beach break. Gets pretty fun in there. But all kinds of options for wave riding. Fiona Wild getting some congratulations from Larry Haynes. Keeping herself motivated with her headphones and the music blasting. Josh Riccio with the highest score of the day, an 8.27. Josh with an 8.27. He's in first. Kainoa Hawani'o in second with a 4 and a 3.17. And Marcio Grillo in third with a 2.5. And Marcio trying to get a score here. And nice paddle transfer with a cutback. And then lays back into this one as the white water engulfs him. Here we go. This is red. Kainoa Hawani'o. That is the end of quarterfinal heat number 1. Quarterfinal heat number 2. Standing by to start, Josh Riccio. Give him a round of applause. The highest score of the day, an 8.27. Counting down to start heat number 2 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there is the start of heat number 2. Heat number 3, check in. Izzy Gomez, Kevin Seed, check in quarterfinal heat number 3. So in the water right now, Mawiki Raioha, Alohikia Kalalao, Julian Boye, and Kavika Kinimaka. Check in heat number 3 of the quarterfinals. Izzy Gomez, Kevin Seed, Dorrance David, Austin Kalama. Please check in for quarterfinal heat number 3. And we're going to take you down to the beach with the winner of that last heat, highest scoring wave, Josh Riccio.
Thanks, Rocky. Down here with Josh Riccio. Josh, through to the main event. You must be stoked.
Psyched, dude. Cannot even put it into words how stoked I am just to get through, out of the trials. This is definitely a hard wave to surf, and yeah, psyched.
Dude, you just scored the highest ride of the day, an 8.2. Explain that for us.
No, honestly, it's just trying to get 2 waves out there where I kind of complete, I can complete the rides, the maneuvers, and get to the channel. Just wanted to try to get at least 2 good turns on a wave, and was lucky enough to find one. Yeah, unfortunately, kind of dinged the board up a little bit, but hopefully I'll have time to fix that before I get back out there.
So through to the main event, what's going through your mind right now?
That I got to do some ding repair just to get ready for the main event. Frick.
Right on, brother. We'll let you get on. Rocky, back to you up in the studio.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Stuart, and congratulations, Josh. That was great wave ridden at 8.27. And we'll have the main round coming up later today, at least according to our schedule. How's it? Justin Holland and Chuck Patterson cruising on the front porch up on the stage. Good morning, good afternoon. Looking down the beach at Rocky Point, and a huge whale breach out the back here at Sunset. Another broken board. That looks like surfer from the last heat, Marcio Grillo. There you see some of our athletes on the outside. Some waves coming through. Mahalo to our great sponsors, the Turtle Bay Resort, the Red Bull, This Week Hawaii, Victory Core Dry, Paradise Helicopters, as well as Nash and Starboard, Fanatic, Sup International, JP Australia, Rogue, and Corban. And you can find all these great companies on Twitter and Instagram at Nash Sup, at Starboard Sup, at Fanatic Sup International, at JP_Australia, at Rogue Sup, Corban Sup Gear. Mahalo to Nakamakai, Bic Sup, as well as IOPS Focus Sup Boards, Art in Surf, F1 New Advance, and 27 Degrees North, as well as Sup the Mag. Mahalo. And if you want to take pictures and hashtag this great event, it's hashtag Sunset Beach Pro, hashtag SUWT, as well as hashtag World Tour. And check out the website at watermanleague.com. We're broadcasting live on www.watermanleague.com as we speak. And a little bit about our great sponsor, Turtle Bay Resort. They've been a partner here with the Stand Up Paddle World Tour and World Series, bringing the surf and stand-up paddle culture to the forefront in Hawaii. And there's a couple Tahitians. Looks like Poinaiki and Nainoa cruising down there. Hanging out by the Water Patrol boys. And Turtle Bay Resort also doing their efforts to keep sustainable. Their sustainability efforts have been paramount the last couple of years, installing solar panels on the rooftop to supply the resort with about 8% of their electricity. Might not sound like much, but you know what? 8% is 800 times better than 0%. And on the outside, here we go, up and riding in blue. That is Kavika, Kinimaka. And Kaviks dropping down to the bottom of this wave, trying to find maneuver space, but he does not. Izzy Gomez getting ready with Austin Kalama. They're heading out into quarterfinal number 3. Time remaining in this heat. Sorry. I'll need a time graphic. Time remaining in this heat, 18 minutes. 18 minutes left here in heat number 2 of the quarterfinals. Kavika Kinimaka in the lead with a 1.83. And that is the only wave ridden so far. Mawiki Raioha out there in the red from Tahiti. From Hawaii, Alohikea Kalalau. And from France, Julien Boyer. And there's Austin and Izzy getting set. Here we go. Some waves coming through on the outside. We'll see who's in position. There's blue. You can see our surfers out there just disappearing and reappearing up and down in the big waves. And there we go. 15 minutes remaining. 15 minutes. There you see one wave ridden by Kavika Kinimaka. We're halfway through this heat now, a little over halfway. And Kavika with that 1.83, just kind of showing you how difficult it is, even for these world-class competitors, to navigate here at Sunset. They're looking for their first rides. Speaking of Julian Boyer, Lohikea Kalalau, and Mawiki Raioha. There's Brian Talma. Brian Talma getting ready for heat number 4. Action, action. And you know that the conditions and the waves are big when there's stand-up paddleboarders out there and a really strong camera looking out, and we still are seeing nearly 100% water when we look out through the camera. So advancing out of heat number 1, congratulations to, of course, Josh Riccio with an 8.27. And in second, that was Kainoa Hawanio, I believe, advancing into the main round. And in this heat right here, so far it's Kavika Kinimaka in the lead with a 1.0183. Here we go on the outside. That is yellow, Julien Boyer. So Julien able to find the wave and get into advancing position. It's all about who catches the waves today and who can make it back out unscathed, or at least for the most part try to, without suffering a broken leash or a broken board. Julien Boyer on the inside getting hammered. Hey, we've got an interview on the beach while Hawaiian Water Patrol checks on Julien Boyer. We got Stuart Howells standing by with James Casey.
Down here with James Casey. James, the last time we saw you was in Morocco. Big waves we had over there. You got through to the semis. How excited are you to be here at the Sunset Beach Pro?
Yeah, absolutely. Morocco has sort of same sort of size waves as over here, and it looks like we got a nice spell here, but it was a bit more organised in Morocco. So, hopefully it cleans up a little bit for this afternoon.
You've been here for a few days out training. I know conditions haven't been perfect for that. What have you been doing in preparation?
Yeah, I was actually over in Maui for a little bit, and I got used to paddling into sort of windy, bumpy waves, so should be ready for something like we have on offer today.
So, taking a look at things this morning, what's your strategy when you head out?
It's just a wave catching competition, really, and then once you're on the wave, just make the most of it, because it's going to be a bit of a paddle back around. So, yeah, just catch waves and make the most of them.
Well, good luck in the main event. Rocky, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Stuart, and great
Thanks,
to see you,
Thanks,
James
Steve.
Casey. Welcome to the North Shore. And
Yeah, then when you come in at the end.
Yeah, cool.
Thanks, man.
on the outside in red, that's Mawiki Raioha. He's still waiting to catch a wave. Time remaining in this heat is 7 minutes and 30 seconds. 7:30 remaining. And the situation in this heat. So Julien Boyer in yellow, able to get a 4.67. He jumps out to the lead. Kavika Kinimaka with one wave of a 1.83 is in second. Mawiki Raioha, he has a 0.6, and he's in third. Alohikea Kalalau in the white jersey, no waves yet. He needs a 1.84 to go to second. And Mawiki Raioha needs a 1.24. So still a very close heat. 6 minutes, 30 seconds to go. And it's still anyone's game, but Julien Boyer gets on the board with the highest scoring wave of the heat. That 4.67, with the way this heat is going, could be a tough wave to beat for Alohikea Kalalau and for Mawiki Raioha. Quarterfinal number 3 should be heading out. Coming up next, we'll see Izzy Gomez, our women's world champion from 2014. Kevin Seed from right here on the North Shore in white. Dorrance David from Tahiti in yellow. And Austin Kalama from Maui will be out there in the blue. And welcome to all of you here on the beach. And on watermanleague.com, we are simulcasting. So we're broadcasting live onto the beach, and we are broadcasting live to the web world on www.watermanleague.com. 5 minutes. 5 minutes remaining. There you see the yellow flag going up to let the competitors know that we have reached the 5-minute mark in the heat, and there is less than 5 minutes now, of course. It is difficult for them to hear. There's so much wind and water and waves out there, but using the flag, it helps give them a visual indicator of what's happening as far as time, and also very crucial to competition at any level here in surfing is to have your own watch so that when you know the heat has started, when you see that flag go up, when you hear that horn blow, you start the timer on your own watch, and you have full awareness of the amount of time you have in the heat. That's very important when trying to catch a couple of waves to get scored, especially when you have a place like Sunset Beach where you can use so much time catching one wave from the outside to the inside. That's at least a couple of minutes, and then regaining composure, getting hit by the following waves, working your way around to the channel. It can turn into up to a 10-minute or 15-minute ordeal just for a single wave, depending on how you make it back out. So time, very important. These are 30-minute heats. They have 30 minutes to catch their best 2 waves. 2 waves will be counted. If they only catch 1 wave, well, then that wave will be counted. But the judges will tally up a maximum of 2 waves. You can ride as many waves as you like, but the amount of waves you get scored on that are counting to your total is 2 waves. Every wave is scored on a 0 to 10 point scale. 0.5 being barely making it to your feet, hands leaving the rail, or in this case, dropping down into the wave. And a 10-point ride being a spectacular, fantastic ride. On the outside, here we go. This is red, Mawiki Rioja, just dropping in. Looking for a wall on that wave, and it's just going to flatten out. Mo Freitas, talking story on top of the telephone, showing shakas to the brothers and sisters. Mo, you hip okay, bro? Feeling all right? It's all good? Okay, shoots, bro. We don't want to have an event with no Mo. That wouldn't be any fun. So once again, to those of you watching here on the beach, we are doing a simulcast. So not only talking to the beachgoers here and competitors, but we are also feeding live to the web on watermanleague.com. So we have viewers from around the world that are tuning in and watching this event from the comfort of their work office or home office or living room couch, possibly cafe, hot spot somewhere. So thank you for your patience and understanding when we're describing what's on camera. Those of you on the beach might be wondering, what is he talking about? Or vice versa, we have situations we need to alert the beach and the competitors to. Those of you watching on the web might be curious of all those extra transmissions, but it is due to the simulcast we have going here, broadcasting to the beach and also to the web at watermanleague.com. Equally so, we'd like to thank those of you who are spectating and welcome you. Thank you very much for making it down to Sunset Beach. And one of our better days we've seen as far as wind and as far as weather. Light winds today, just a little bit of cloud cover. Still pack on that sunscreen. You can still get a burn even through the clouds. As we end heat number 2. Standing by to start heat number 3. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's the very famous Kamehameha Highway, and always putting a slowdown in traffic during the winter season. It is still wintertime in full effect here in mid-February, or close to mid-February, as we move through the winter surf season. A whole nother month of March, probably of fun waves still on tap. And that is the scene here whenever there's any competition at Sunset Beach, especially the stand-up paddle, stand-up world tour. It is action-packed, and we have the roads packed as well. And HPD helping our pedestrians across the street there. Blue coming in from his previous heat. Heat number 4, please check in. Brian Talma, Sebastian Gomez, Fiona Wild, and Mederick Bertha. Check in. So we're into heat number 3 of the quarterfinals. Top 2 of these surfers will advance to the main round. I'm Rocky Cannon on behalf of the Waterman League and Turtle Bay here at Sunset Beach. And bringing in a great co-host is Chuck Patterson. Chuck, how you doing, bro?
Oh, very stoked to be here. We've got some very challenging conditions.
Oh, yeah.
We've all been there, so it's exciting to watch these trialists really push the level to the fullest, especially on a day like today.
Well, that's one thing that once again, want to welcome Chuck Patterson up to the booth. Chuck, how you doing, bro?
Very good. Super honored and stoked to be here today. We've got some incredible challenging conditions for the trialists, but it brings out the best in all of you to make it, so we're really stoked to see how far they push it to the main event.
Well, that's one thing here on the North Shore. When you talk about trials, as we check out all of the foot traffic on the bike path, we've got visitors from all over checking out this event.
Definitely a very crowded scene on kind of a mellower day. It's not really your typical sunny, beautiful blue skies, but
right.
Everybody's stoked on the excitement out in the heavy water today.
And when we talk about trials on the North Shore, this is kind of what you imagine these trialists going through. I mean, I remember so many years when there was the Pipe Master trials and some of the big burly days that they got sent out in, and just around the North Shore. Like this is the proving ground, and trials is a proving round.
True.
So
true.
Bringing it together like this is something to see.
Yeah, it looks like Austin on a really good wave. You can definitely tell it's not super clean, but he's really making good work of this section and surfing it as best as he can. I mean, I've been there and a little fall back on the inside, but definitely a great ride for the start of the heat.
Yeah, you're competing, I believe, in the main event. You've competed in this event since it began in 2009, and you've been out on big days like this. And maybe tell everybody what it's like being out there, or kind of like what or maybe give us like what you would do if you had to surf today in these conditions, being real rough, a lot of current and a lot of rough surf.
Well, it's definitely, I mean, these are the days where you kind of go, wow, I'm really truly going to be tested, and you want to make sure that you're on it with the right equipment. I think that's the hardest part, is to pick the right size board. You know,
Yep.
Obviously the sport has gone to where everybody's riding really short equipment. But for us bigger guys, I think it's really all about, having a board that's stable, especially in the bumpy conditions out there, because you'll be in the middle of it all. And if you're falling and suddenly a perfect set wave comes, you're just not going to be able to even get the points to get that ride. So having your equipment dialed, obviously, the physical fitness and mental toughness is a big part as well, having the confidence. And sometimes it's just a gamble. You just get out there. You're worried about the other 3 people in your heat. And really, you should just go out with that mentality of, like, I just need to get a couple waves on the board. And after that first wave that you get, you kind of get rid of your butterflies.
Yeah.
And it seems to be like, okay, now I just need to work a little harder on my campaign and get better points and ride better. So, here we go. We've got a broken board. We've seen a lot of those today.
Yeah, a couple of pieces right there and a little other piece of shrapnel off to the side. So just getting obliterated. That board. And then on the screen earlier, we saw Fiona Wild talking about determination and really trying to just, block out the other competitors and hone in on yourself. Her performance in round 1, doing 3 laps in the shore break, trying to make it out. It's no easy task with a stand-up paddleboard to get through this shore break. And she was able to make it out and make the heat.
Yeah, that was really impressive. I mean, we were worried. It's one thing. It's really awesome to have these girls out here showcasing what they do best. And
right.
And me myself have been there. I mean, a lot of us have, just to make it out of this little shore pound, which isn't so little. It's very humbling. So making it out, and she worked her butt off.
Yeah.
I actually thought she was going to call it quits, and that determination to get out there and made it, and still had time on the clock, and to put down some high-scoring waves was really impressive.
Yeah, she's kind of a newcomer to the scene, coming into the tour and the World Series late last year, but came in with a bang. Super happy to be around, bubbly, but behind that, innocent, cute smile is this fierce competitor.
Yeah.
That she's not a big frame either. She's a small person, but she has got a fire and a competitive drive that is pretty admirable.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you need, especially in conditions like this. She's a really, really solid racer, and I think her paddling skills are really on it when it comes to that. And then the surfing side, she's really good in small waves, and now you're seeing her really push it in big waves, right along with Izzy Gomez. I mean, it's inspiring to watch.
Yeah, and down on the beach, we have the winner, or at least advancing out of our last heat, the surfer in blue, Kavika Kinimaka with Stuart Howell.
Yeah. Kavika, just how gnarly was it out there, man? You just beat Julian Boyer, super tight, 0.06. How was it out there?
It was pretty fun, but the conditions aren't all that great. I got a couple waves, and just trying to, have fun, make it through the next round. Hopefully the conditions get better. So that's all.
What's your tactics when you get out? You just told me that it was pretty hard getting in. Is it kind of difficult to get in on the right one?
Yeah, it's super hard getting in. The current's pretty strong, and it's tough enough just catching a wave out there. I need a bigger board, but, it's working right now.
Good stuff, Rocky. I'll throw it back to you in the box.
Thanks, man.
Right on. Thanks, Stuart. And just what we were talking about there, congratulations, Kavika, off to the main event.
Thanks, bro.
Equipment choice, him admitting, I maybe need a bigger board out there.
I know. I think once you get on the wave, you kind of go, okay, great, I'm stoked on what I'm on. But then I think just being out there paddling, trying to move around and get the right set. And sometimes, Sunset is a big wave spot. We really love this place because it really tests you in everything. And when their size, having a longer rail line and a bigger board actually is to your advantage, especially with the bigger guys, for sure.
Yeah, and some of maybe the younger guys, maybe not as much experience, they're really amped on thinking that they're going to ride their small boards in big stuff. But once you surf it, more and more, and you get used to the conditions, you realize that even moving around out there before you, so much of it is not just riding the wave.
Yeah.
So much of surfing Sunset is being in the right spot, being able to move around the lineup fairly quickly and efficiently. And, it just goes to the all-around knowledge and a lot of luck that you need out here today.
That's true. And then you look at the conditions today, isn't your normal beautiful sunset, which is
right.
Always challenging, but it's even more challenging today. So to have that stability on a board and to be able to outrun some of those rogue set waves that catches you off guard is, I think, is key into, getting yourself in the right position to hopefully get that one wave that really helps you, score high in the heat.
We got 20 minutes remaining in the heat, 20 minutes left in quarterfinal number 3. And some of the folks hanging out with us on the bike path, just getting a quick snap, a quick picture of the action here. There's White on the outside. That looks like Kevin Seed. And there's Izzy Gomez. So even our strong zoom lens and second floor shooting is having a hard time capture our surfers out there, just because the amount of waves, how big the waves are, and there's just so much water moving out there. It's almost like earlier this morning, I compared it to a little bit that current that's running on the outside. It's kind of like a mix of Haleiwa and Sunset, kind of blending here. So it's, Sunset Beach is hard in itself, but then you throw in a current like you have at Haleiwa that forces you to constantly paddle. It turns into a little bit of a different surf spot almost.
And then having the heats be, 30 minutes is, we're accustomed to 20 minutes, which goes so fast.
Yeah.
30 minutes also goes quickly, but 30 minutes out there constantly paddling right from the start.
Yeah.
And then, you get, blasted on the inside, and then you're paddling 10 times harder just to make it back out again.
Right.
And nonstop. So, there's a lot of physical fitness involved for sure.
Yeah, the conditioning aspect of the sport and of the North Shore combined is really high up there. All these athletes, yourself included, really work hard to be able to excel in conditions, whether they be 2 to 3 feet or 2 to 3 times over your head. And, that's what it takes to do well on this stand-up world tour.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about this tour. It brings us to so many variety, different places.
Yeah.
Tahiti, Brazil, then some of the small wave stuff, in Huntington. And obviously my favorites are the big wave spots. But it's really, it's cool because the overall winner is really one of those guys and girls that pretty much excels at all different conditions.
Well, and we've seen the likes of Kai Lenny winning here quite a bit. I saw him out this morning when it looked unruly, and then he was on a wave, and I was going like, wow, that guy is really surfing it well. And I'm like, wait, yeah, come on. That guy is the guy. I go, that's Kai Lenny. He's just got, his equipment dialed. He loves this place here. He loves big waves, and he rode some pretty good waves this morning. And I think that might have been one of the little clinchers everybody was watching, like, okay, it's contestable, even though it's like, but that's Kai.
Yeah.
We need Mikey O'Shaughnessy to see Tristan Boxford, please. Mikey O'Shaughnessy, please go see Tristan. Mikey O'Shaughnessy, check in with Tristan, please. Thank you. So we've got just under 17 minutes remaining in quarterfinal number 3.
Yeah, it's definitely very, very challenging out there. I mean, as you can see, it's a lot of these, athletes are having a hard time just getting in position.
Right.
And also outrunning, rogue set waves. So sometimes just trying to get that first wave is almost impossible sometimes.
Yeah, because you've got the butterflies, like you mentioned, a little bit of anxiety and, getting into that first wave seems to be the hardest sometimes. Here we go. Speaking of, it is yellow. Doing a great job. That's Dorrance David from Tahiti. And so a nice big drop. The wave kind of flattened out. And he didn't get much there, but at least he was riding on the wave. Nice drop. You got to credit him for that steep drop. But then it faded out pretty quickly.
But nice to at least get something on the board, Sometimes,
absolutely.
There have been a couple athletes that haven't gotten anything, so.
If anybody found a phone, it's a black iPhone. Please turn it into our Beach Marshal area. Any lost black iPhone, please turn it into the Beach Marshal area. Thank you. And coming up in the next heat right there, that is Sebastian Gomez. Sebastian had a heat number 6, but we only had 2 surfers show up, so we were able to just put them right into the quarterfinals. You always take a free pass, yeah, on a day like today.
Day like today, it's golden. So
golden pass.
Yeah.
We're officially halfway through. 15 minutes to go. Here we go. This is blue. That's Austin Kalama. And Austin fading. And now coming back to his right with a little bit of wall to work with. A nice roundhouse cutback. And Austin kicks out. So another one, just glad to be on the board, get things rolling, get the butterflies out of the stomach, and make it back out for another wave.
It's nice how when you see how it's going out there and it's so torrential and not perfect, and then you see a couple of riders make it look really effortless and easy. So pretty cool.
Brian Talma getting ready for his heat coming up next. Quarterfinal number 4. He'll be in red. I think he's hailing from somewhere in the
Barbados?
Caribbean, in Barbados.
Yeah. He's a phenomenal athlete. Really, that Brian is all about action. You know, he's always excited, happy, great smile on his face. So it's nice to see him out here. I don't think he's a major big wave guy, but he loves to paddle. Great windsurfer, unreal kiter. So stand up paddling for him is just another one of his daily things.
Yeah, that seems to be the trend coming into the stand-up paddle phase, and the stand-up paddle world is a lot of crossovers from the wind sports, windsurfing and kite surfing in particular, and it's done well. I think it's a lot to do with the board he's got there, Nash, who's been kind of at the forefront, of course, of windsurfing in his prime, but then as a industry person, really bringing those together and putting out really good products on the Nash boards.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, Nash has done really well with the kiting and the windsurfing, and now obviously with stand-up, and then you have other companies like Starboard, same thing. So it's really cool to have another sport like stand-up kind of rejuvenate, getting back in the water and riding waves.
Yeah, and riding waves with a little different pieces of equipment.
Yeah.
And something, at this level, it's very highly skilled watermen that are out here, highly conditioned. But stand-up paddleboarding in general, I mean, it's become such a great all-around, across-the-board activity for folks to get wet and stay healthy. Yeah. And, whether you're in an ocean or a lake or a pond, it's spreading everywhere. And it's something that literally the whole family can do, even the family dog, Bal.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, it is definitely very impressive. I mean, to have a sport like this that even a lot of people that aren't water people suddenly are in the water enjoying with the whole family, the kids, and I mean, it's really, really cool.
And on a day like today, it is just for the big boys and for the big girls. So everybody else, we would advise that you stay high and dry. You see some waves kind of stacking up and feathering on the outside. And our heat in the water there is Izzy Gomez in red. And yellow, Dorrance David already got a wave on the board. And then blue comes in the frame. That's Austin Kalama. So I believe just Austin and Dorrance are the surfers with waves in this heat. So if Izzy Gomez is going to crack that main event and be our first Wahine to qualify, she'll have to get on the board here fairly quickly. We got 11 minutes remaining. So she's got to find a wave, get into position, and then she's got Dorrance and Austin back out there now. So
here we go.
Austin Kalama. Well, I'm not going to get into that one. More waves out the back. You see the ocean and waves stacking up, feathering, and Anytime you miss a wave on a day like today, you almost get whiplash turning around.
Because you know the next wave is either bigger or you're very lucky. and
You're
there's
hoping, yeah, you're hoping. Like, oh man, what's behind me?
nothing. Yeah.
So there's the scores. Austin Kalama out in the lead with a 5.83 and a 3.33. Dorrance David in second with a 1.87. That leaves the door wide open for Kevin Seed with a 0.57. Only needs a 1.31. And Izzy Gomez only needs a 1.88. So she's very capable of that. She was our world champion for the women's tour last year. And coming off a final performance at Turtle Bay, you know, she would love to make the main event. Talk about a competitor. She would be so amped. And, although she should get amazing props for even making a round and being in the quarterfinals here, if for some reason she doesn't make the main event, she's not going to be happy.
Oh, no. She's very competitive, and even though this is a little bit new to her and the conditions are very challenging for guy or girl, doesn't matter, just to have her out there with a, clean head, and it's a big deal, but, you always want to do better. And that's, what drives her, and that's why she's so good at what she does. And new territory like this is something that she wants to conquer.
Yeah, she's, just kind of like a bonus trials event. She's already made the finals in the women's. She's got off to a good start for 2015 on the Women's World Tour. But, I'm sure when she heard the opening was available, she did not hesitate.
Yeah.
And, we kind of looped Izzy and Fiona together as far as their competitive drive. And here they are in the quarterfinals of the men's Sunset Beach Pro Trials.
Yeah, very cool to see, especially, if I was a guy in their heat, I'd be nervous, it's not that a girl beats you, but these girls are so good at what they do that, you better be on your A game.
Yeah, for sure. And here's some sets on the outside with 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. We'll see if Izzy can turn this wave into a score. She's paddling, but it's not going to provide much there. You can see her board looks really, really small.
Yeah.
At least for a stand-up paddleboard, it looks small in general. The boards they're riding these days are just getting way small. But for a day of today at sunset, you may want to have, just a little more board. Something like what Austin Kalama is riding might be the board of choice for today. There's Ban Rodigger gearing up for a possible main event that'll be happening. But you're right, Chuck. This is the trials, and these trialists are getting put to the test.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's tough, even if it was our main event, which is probably going to roll this afternoon. It's just challenging conditions, but that's what it's all about, so you can't have perfect conditions all the time, and at least we have the size.
Yeah.
So that's one of the best things, and the conditions 10 times better than what was going on yesterday, that's for sure.
Yeah, we've been hit with this northwest and southwest wind spell that's been blowing since last week. And there's a good indicator of which way the winds are blowing as we speak. So that's more like our normal direction, kind of a east-northeast right there, trade wind, that flag aiming out to sea, which is what we want to have here. And the rumor is more wind is headed our way the next couple days. So this is the window that we have. We'll wake up early tomorrow and see what the ocean throws at us, but it's a day-by-day, morning-by-morning call that can be a little stressful, some pressure, just because so many athletes, staff, everybody's just on standby. So making that call in the morning is something that takes a lot of pressure to mount up and to make that call. Here we go. That's Austin Kalama. Kind of found a left out there somewhere.
Maybe put in a bad spot, kicking out there by Boneyards.
Yeah, anytime you go left here at Sunset, you're subject to not only countless waves on the head, but possible coral heads below you. So it's kind of both angles. But it looks like Austin's going to get lucky and sneak back out around the channel. 5 minutes and 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's definitely tough with these conditions with the swell kind of being a little bit all over the place. It's not your normal sunset where you can kind of post up at a certain peak. You can see that everybody's kind of spread within a good 100 yards of each other, trying to find the right pocket to get a good wave. So definitely not the easiest out there.
And there's some of our beachgoers hanging out, cruising, observing some awesome stand-up paddleboarding here at Sunset Beach. You know, if you look back to the scaffolding right there, 3 stories high, that is how big some of the waves are out there today. And it's no joke. Sunset Beach today is in the 10 to 15 foot range. Now that's Hawaiian size.
Yeah.
And that's, to give it face value, you almost have to multiply it by 2. So we're looking at 20 to 30 foot waves that are breaking out there for these competitors. So right now we're in heat number 3 of the quarterfinals. We're winding down with 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Heat number 4 is on deck. Brian Talma, Sebastian Gomez, Fiona Wild, and Maderic Bertha. Heat number 1, round 1, check in. Heat 1 of round 1 of the main event. Please check in. Heat 1 of the main event. Please check in. We don't have any names.
We don't have any names.
So round 1, heat 1 of the main event is going to get checked in here very soon. Chuck, what heat are you in?
I think I am in heat 12, the last heat of round 1, which I don't believe we're going to get to. So that gives us tomorrow morning, which maybe we got lucky with better conditions. But I hope it doesn't get too small.
Yeah. I don't think this swell is going anywhere anytime soon. Yeah. But mahalo to our city and county lifeguards on screen right there, Tower 2-5. Those brothers is working hard, keeping our beach goers and surfers safe all year long, 365 days a year. They're out there doing the daily work of lifeguarding. We thank them very much. On the outside, you see Hawaiian Water Patrol, a huge part of this event, not only at the Turtle Bay Women's Pro, because we had large surf on that day, but also, of course, here today with the 20 to 30 foot waves and all sorts of equipment accidents going on out there. We had one competitor, I believe it was Atamu Conti. Might have suffered a laceration over his right eye, either from a paddle or from a board. And also a lot of broken boards, broken leashes, and lost paddles throughout the day here. 1 minute and 50 seconds. Izzy needs a wave, as well as Kevin Seed, because Austin Kalama and Dorrance David are out in front, number 1 and number 2.
Still a lot of great people just checking out the action and in anticipation to see who wins this heat.
And there's Izzy Gomez.
Oh, look at this.
And our next heat, you see them out the back waiting. Hawaiian Water Patrol crossing in the foreground. Woo! Izzy gets over that one.
Oh, poor Izzy.
So many big waves out the back.
Oh, wow.
And just makes it over that one. Wow, that one was coming together for a possible perfect storm.
Yeah. Well, definitely no shortage in surf. There's definitely still a lot more swell coming, and man, it's going to be a very contestable afternoon for sure.
Yeah, 35 seconds remaining in this heat. Heat number 3 of the quarterfinals, Sunset Beach Pro Trials. And check out the collection of Nash boards right there for Team Nash. We'll hope that all of those stay in that shape for the rest of the day. Here we go, counting down this heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to Austin Kalama and Dorrance David, moving on to the main event. And that'll be coming up here very soon. Counting down to start, heat number 4 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mahalo to our sponsors, Turtle Bay Resort, Red Bull, This Week Magazine, Victory Core Dry, Paradise Helicopters, Nash Starboard, Fanatic, JP Australia, Rogue, and Corban. Also Nakamakai, Big Sup, Focus Sup Boards, Art in Surf, the New Advance, as well as 27 North and Sup the Mag.
That's you.
Thank you. There's Fiona Wild. She was in the semifinals at the Turtle Bay Women's Pro. Surfed all the way to that semifinal round before going down to, I believe, Candice and maybe Caroline Angibault. Caroline ended up winning the event. But Fiona had a rough start this morning, but she was determined. Battled through that shore break after 2 tries. On her 3rd try, she got through and made it out to the lineup. And then was out there and caught waves. And she was super serious about her appearance here in the men's Sunset Beach Pro Trials. She's out there now in the quarters with a chance to be the only Wahine to advance to the main round. Is Izzy Gomez trying to just get out of the way at this point.
Yeah, we've got plenty of sets coming in, and as you can see, everybody's all over the place trying to just find the right lineup to get that peak. With a full stacked beach here at Sunset.
Yeah, we have events such as the HIC Pro, the Vans World Cup, Sunset Beach Junior Pro, happening all year long here at Sunset Beach, an iconic venue, iconic surf break. For decades and decades, pretty much the start of competitive surfing can be attributed largely to the Duke Kahanamoku Classic they used to have here. Of course, over in Makaha, a lot of history and competition over there as well over the years. But Sunset Beach being one of the meccas of big wave surfing, big wave competitive surfing, and of course, everybody wanting to watch people ride these big waves. Hey, good afternoon, you guys. Welcome to the beach. You're on watermanleague.com, live on the web. We are simulcasting. Chuck Patterson and I'm Rocky Cannon, and we're bringing you live action here to the beach, as well as to watermanleague.com on the web. So some of you may hear us speaking of things we see on camera, and you're on the beach going, what is he talking about? And those of you at home or in your office watching on the computer, thank you for your patience and understanding. We do have announcements we need to make to the beach. And ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for that surfer in blue advancing to the main round, Austin Kalama.
Yeah.
Yeah. The main event, brah.
Yeah, it's so cool to see. I know Dave is so happy, and Austin, has been working hard. We've been all surfing, and there you see Dave, just like, there you go.
Yeah. That's the payoff right there. All that hard work and battle through the trials. Got a high third from the first round, barely scraped through, and then comes through winning that last heat, commanding form into the main event.
Very impressive. Super stoked for him.
Kai Lenny, Justin Holland, Julian Boyer, and Aaron Napoleon check in for Heat 1, Round 1. You're welcome, Christian.
You see Dave just replaying a couple of the waves that Austin took off on, and he is so stoked right now. It's going to be awesome to see what he does in the main event.
Well, he'll have another crack at it, it seems. We're going to get through a few heats of our main event. And with 8 finalists in the main event, we'll see where his name falls in. He was sort of at the bottom of the draw, so we'll see if that makes a difference. Because I'm sure he wouldn't argue if he said, oh, you know what, Austin, you don't actually have to surf again today.
I think he'd be all right, but he is definitely on cloud 9.
I think he would take that and go rest on that tonight. But we'll see how the draw works out. Austin, stay tuned. Stay tuned for the heat draw as we're filling in our final trialists. We have Kainoa Hawani'o, Josh Riccio, Julian Boyer, and Kavika Kinimaka, and Austin Kalama, Dorrance David, and then the last two from this current heat. No waves are ridden so far, 22 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. And it's Brian Tama in red, Sebastian Gomez in the white, the Wahine Fiona Wild in yellow, and from France, Médéric Bertha is in the blue. So out of these 4 competitors, we'll be selecting our final 2 trialists into the main event.
Better.
21 minutes and 35 seconds. Kai Lenny, Aaron Napoleon, Julian Boyer check in. Round 1, Heat 1. So looking at the heat draw, looks like Austin Kalama will have to surf in heat number 4. And so far today, our best heat totals are up on the board. Julian Boyer, Kainoa Hawani'o, Josh Riccio with that 8.27. Austin Kalama in the last heat gets on the board. And Dorrance David also with one of the top scores of the day, top scoring combinations of the day. And that was action from round 1 and from round 2. 20 minutes remaining, 20 minutes to go. Here in heat number 4 of the quarterfinals of the men's pro trials. And we'll take you down to Stuart Howells on the beach. He's standing by with Austin Kalama.
Austin, you've just walked up to me with a massive smile. You must be so stoked.
Man, I am just so stoked to be here. I'm supposed to be in school right now, so it's awesome that I'm here surfing Unreal Sunset and that I just made it into the main event. I just can't believe it.
What does it mean to be into the main event here at the Sunset Beach Pro?
It's a dream. Like, I want to get on the world tour when I get older and do all these events. So it's just a big step for me to make it onto the world tour main event.
You scored a couple of nice little rides. Just explain those for me.
Yeah, the wind was kind of tricky. I airdropped into a few. One of them I didn't make, so I kind of tried to learn from that one. So the next big one I caught, I really tried to center myself when I could feel the wind coming onto my board so I can make the airdrop, and just really stoked that I rode out of it.
Austin, great stuff. We'll see you in the next round. Rocky, back up to you.
Thank you, Stuart. And Austin, congratulations. Good stuff. Met him for the first time last night with his dad, Dave Kalama. And bright-eyed and, like Stuart said, a huge smile. Skipping school. It's probably one of the better fun parts, and making the main event.
Yeah, so cool to see him out there, and you know, all that hard work today in really tricky conditions, and come through and do what he needed to do to make it through. And you know, that's a big goal for him, and now he's in the main event, and I think he's going to get pushed by all these great riders to really go off.
Hey, you guys on the beach, please put your hands together for the surfer in red right there. 2014 Women's World Champion Izzy Gomez.
Yeah.
And definitely not easy as Izzy comes in, because this is real Sunset. It's huge, it's big, it's rough, and it's hard out there too. Not only the survival part of it, Chuck, but also your positioning. What you see from out there looking back to shore, sometimes you're like, feel like you're lost at sea.
Yeah, and then with these conditions, you have so many waves coming from all different directions. You get stuck in the trough, and you're trying to look at. There's a couple lineups on the, on the beach that you can kind of mess around with the different trees. And but when it's like this, you don't really have that. So sometimes the luck of the draw, and for her, to be out there in those tricky conditions, taking a couple waves on the head, and for a half an hour, and your mental toughness and everything's going. You got all these voices in your head going, I need to get a wave. And so you know what? Hats off to her, and I know she's really hungry for the next opportunity.
So we got a loose board. Looks like a broken leash for Brian Talma. And so Brian will be getting some assistance from Hawaiian Water Patrol. And we're searching for his board, and it's that kind of day. You mentioned that, Chuck, getting lost in the troughs, in the bottoms of the waves, and so many chops everywhere. It's very easy to kind of lose sight of a 7, 8, 9, 10 foot, stand-up paddleboard.
Yeah, no matter what color they are. And then, I mean, imagine even the paddles. The Hawaiian Water Patrol really has done a great job to kind of help all the athletes, because, the paddles are black. I've seen them already collect a couple, which is amazing half the time.
Yeah, just to find them. And I think now that's step number 2. He's like, okay, I'm on the board. Now, where's the paddle?
Yeah.
And we call that a yard sale. So there's Kai Lenny, and one of the only athletes so far we've seen have the use of a surf caddy. And here at Sunset Beach, it is a crucial part of success. Having a good caddy at Sunset. We've seen it in the shortboard competitions, HIC Pro and World Cup, of the effectiveness of having a good caddy can really make a big difference for you. Not only them having your equipment there, but also with the coaching and encouragement they give you when you're out on these challenging conditions.
Oh, there we have Sebastian Gomez. Kind of glided in from the outside on a nice wave. Getting a couple turns, looking down the line as the wave starts to hit the inside. Flying. Oh. Beautiful. Beautiful drop, and hopefully he can hang on and make a couple turns on the inside.
Well, he's making that part look fairly easy, but folks, it is no joke out there with that huge wall of white water behind you. Sean Pointer helping out one of his
looks like
teammates.
Justin Holland just getting ready and prepping, and another board caddy. These guys take it really serious, and like Rocky said, this is what it's all about. Main event, you don't want anything to go wrong, but if it does, you've got a plan B, and you don't want to exert any extra energy to come back in and have to fish around for a board. So it's nice to have those guys support out in the channel.
Well, also, you got to kind of walk up and down the bike path going, anybody want to come out there in case I break my board and swim in after?
Very true, yeah.
So caddies are a hot commodity today.
Yeah.
I'm up for rent.
There's a nice replay. Oh, that's a great drop. I mean, you could see how when the wave kind of hits the inside a little bit, gets super steep.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, afterwards, he didn't really get any wall to work with, but, you know, the conditions, the way they've been, and the waves and scores we've been watching, it's, you know, just a victory to get one of those waves and finish clean like that.
It looks like Brian Tama might be done for the heat. He still lost his paddle, but you know what? Great to have him here, and you know, very challenging conditions overall. As you can see, a couple of the other competitors getting ready for the first heat in the main event.
I have seen guys strap 2 leashes on their ankle in years past, and you know, these boards just have so much volume, so much surface area because they're meant to be stood up, you know, and paddled on, that it can make for a really, really gnarly obstacle when you just have that single leash on there. And these waves are huge, and it doesn't take much for that leash to snap. Fiona Wild trying to get into that one. She won't make it into that wave.
Oh, let's switch to that, yeah. Well, we got a couple pretty solid sets. A smoking left right there as Sebastian makes it over the shoulder.
Add extra paper. What do you want me to do?
Wow, a couple insane sets. As you can see him unload, and some of them with a nice wall, but still very challenging.
Yeah, it's hard to really navigate and pick these waves out. And you see a trail there. It's the jet ski. They, you know, with an engine, it's a lot easier. But when you're out there paddling and navigating, like we talked about, you know, the troughs and the huge waves, and trying to look back at shore, the spray coming off, you know, you're looking for your lineups. It's definitely a tough go at it. But this guy right here, Aaron Napoleon, he is going to find a way. He seems to always find a way. And he's very accustomed to these big, gnarly conditions.
Yeah, he knows this stuff well, and it's always funny when you talk to Aaron. He's always like, "Oh, you know, I don't know. We'll just give it a shot and see what happens." And he just blows my mind. Always on fire, and he works incredibly hard, during the week. Doesn't really get much water time, but you definitely can't tell because he's got it in his blood, and every time he goes out, he always seems to find the big pits.
And gets unloaded on right there in the shorter break. But that's just a little bit good fun for him. That's how he wets his gills right there in the short break.
As you can see, we've got a full packed beach here, and the sidewalk is completely packed. As we got a lot of excitement in the water right now, Fiona is definitely fighting hard to kind of make it out from the inside. There you can see Fiona on the inside, water patrol, just making sure she's safe. And, well, it's tough out there. Got to really give her a hand, take a lot of white water and try to make it back out. But she's a very fierce competitor, and she's not going to really give up. But great job out there.
Hawaiian Water Patrol making sure that she's okay, and she rides in the prone position. And on the outside, more big waves approaching. 8 minutes remaining. 8 minutes here in quarterfinal number 4. And so, Chuck. And then there were 2. Brian Tom was already come in. Fiona Wilds on the inside. Sebastian Gomez and Mederic Berthe are the last 2 competitors in this heat that remain on the outside.
Very challenging. I mean, it's hard to tell with the camera, but as you can see, there's endless white water. Pretty much sets coming from every direction. Sometimes you get unlucky and you get caught inside, and or you get a wave that's a little bit small, you kick out, and the next 4 are 10 times the size. And, that's part of the, surfing here. That's what it's all about, is trying to make the right decision, get the right one. But in these challenging conditions, sometimes you fall unlucky.
Yeah, it definitely is super tough, very hard. Just to pick off and get one of these waves is a challenge in itself. And then to perform on the wave is yet another challenge, especially with these stand-up paddle surfboards that tend to be wider, a little thicker to stand up on. And so setting that rail becomes a little bit of an issue. You do have to, a lot of times reposition your feet on your board and set them to the inside, kind of like go old school Hawaiian style. Drag the feet maybe even.
Yeah,
just to get a rail.
No, you're definitely right. I mean, with all the bumps, especially going down the face when the board picks up a lot of speed, you really find yourself moving your feet closer to that inside rail, and that makes all the difference. And like Rocky said, just to get the wave is a huge ordeal, and then ride it is a whole nother.
And take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back on the other side. We got 6 minutes left here in the quarterfinal heat number 4. We'll be right back after this. And we're back. You guys give a round of applause for surfer in yellow, Fiona Wild. And I believe she needs a paddle, because she left her board down there. She looks like you got 4 minutes to go. Fiona, you got 4 minutes. Get out there and catch something at Val's.
Yeah, exactly.
Stand up on something. You never know what might happen, because the low amount of waves ridden. And there she goes. You guys give a round of applause for some effort there. She is a tough Oregonian, let me tell you.
That's awesome.
Fiona, you got 3 minutes and 45 seconds, 3:45. Either broke or lost a paddle, and in this stand-up paddle surf competition, you cannot surf without your paddle. Your paddle is considered a part of your vital equipment, so your score will not count if you ride without your paddle. In fact, if you're riding on a wave and you do a turn and your paddle is lost during the wave, the scoring stops. So that's an interesting dynamic to add here to the stand-up paddle surfing event. And Fiona knew she couldn't do any scoring without her paddle. She lost it out there, rode a wave in, did not want assistance because she did not want to suffer any interference. And then she was able to make it to the beach on her own and get back on her board and go back out with 3 minutes remaining. Tenacity is definitely one of her attributes.
Yeah, awesome to see. But like you said, that could be a critical thing for her. If she does get out and just gets one wave and rips it, at Val's, that could make the difference right there if the other person didn't get anything.
Yeah, or somebody who just maybe fell on a drop. Who's out there right now? We got Mederic Bertha, who I don't think we've seen blue on a wave yet. So if Fiona turns around and catches something on the inside, she will advance above Mederic Bertha, who, to our accounts, has not ridden a wave yet. We've seen Sebastian Gomez ride a couple, so we know that he's in good position for advancing to the main round. But second place right now is totally up for grabs.
Yeah, this will be interesting. I mean, you got the outside and the inside, but that's what it's all about, is being crafty and understanding what you need to do in those precious couple minutes at the end of the heat.
And Kai Lenny avoiding the white water right there, making that just look way too easy. That was not easy.
Yeah, as you can see where they're sitting and kind of waiting, they're kind of just outside the channel, close to the peak, but there's rogue waves coming from everywhere, so they're not really in the safety spot either. So you always have to keep your eye on the on the horizon to make sure you don't get swept in.
There's white Sebastian Gomez. 1 minute remaining. 1 minute. So Fiona did catch a wave on that wave that she lost her paddle. Before she lost her paddle, she got a 3.17. 20 seconds remaining. And she's currently in advancing position. Here we go. Counting down. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Aaron Napoleon just hoping that that was the horn to start his heat, but that ends the quarterfinal heat number 4. Sebastian Gomez and Fiona Wild advancing into the main event. Here we go, counting down to start. Main event, round 1, heat 1 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So in the quarterfinal, we saw more of the same of just really gnarly conditions, but we did see some pretty good rides. We saw some good surfing here from Kainoa Hawani'o, who advances into the main round. And Josh Riccio had the best score of an 8.27. I believe on that wave there, we caught the tail end of it. And then this was a crucial round, Chuck, because this was the make or break. You make it, and it's all worth it. You made it to the main round. If you lose, gosh, you came so close, but couldn't advance. And it was super challenging. It was really, really treacherous sunset conditions. Here's Kai Lenny. Kai just really carving it up on that first turn. And then wisely kicks out ahead of that section there. But you're right earlier, Chuck, the camera doesn't do it as much justice when we're watching on the screen as what you see when you're here live on the beach. I mean, it is just mountains, towers of water crashing down, and on the screen it looks playful, but when you're looking at the live action, it's quite impressive.
Yeah, I know, definitely, and this being round, the first round of the main event, we've got a lot of skilled veterans with one trialist that has worked their way all the way through to get here. So this is really, we're going to see some incredible surfing in these challenging conditions, and this is what it's all about. This is what everybody's been training for. It may not be exactly perfect, but from the looks of how mellow Kai was just on that first opening wave, I think we're going to see some incredible stuff in the next couple heats.
Yeah, it's all about the ocean conditions and what they deliver during your waiting period. So each event here on the North Shore is granted a certain number of days for their waiting period. And, with the conditions being the way they are, when you're out there, it's tough, it's challenging, but it's all part of surfing here on the North Shore. And this is, why the North Shore gets the attention it does. This is why, these athletes are some of the best in the world, and they're put to the test. It's, you're all subject to the conditions of that day, and everybody's got to deal with the same conditions. So the excuses are minimal when other guys are out there doing it. So it's the waiting period is from last Tuesday, all the way to next Wednesday. So in that window, excluding Monday, which is a holiday of which we cannot run, there's a limited number of days we can have the event, and it calls sometimes for the event to be held in these types of conditions, and we have to be ready.
Yeah, and that's all part of it, and I think all the athletes know that. I mean, we obviously would love in a perfect world to have the best conditions, which we've been actually so lucky to have the last several years. Last year was a little bit challenging, but you know what? These competitors have been there, seen it all, and this is just part of the game, and obviously this is just the first round. So, to get through this is kind of like a warm-up. Hopefully you've got it all together, and then, you start to just put together a really good game plan and, build up your campaign for the rest of the charge and the next heats.
Yeah, so we're going to work through the first 4 heats, I believe, of this main round. So we'll be getting heat number 2 check-in. Kai Bates, Lucas Medeiros, Kala Alexander, and Kainoa Hawani'o check-in. Kai Bates, Lucas Medeiros, Kala Alexander, and Kainoa Hawani'o. And one nice thing about once you get into the main event is that it's a double elimination for this round. So 3rd and 4th place will not be out of the competition, but you'll be into the consolation round, the repechage round. First and second will leapfrog into round 3. So you definitely want to make your heat, but all is not lost in this round, and you'll get to surf again. So that's one of the positives of being in this main event of round 1.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice thing, to have that repechage, especially from everybody traveling so far from all over the world to come here. If you only had one round and and you blew it in that heat and that was it, it'd be a real bummer. So, it's great to get that second crack. Obviously, you want to be on fire on the first heat anyway, because it puts you right to the next round. But to have the repechage is an awesome plan B.
Well, Fiona Wild, currently she's out in the water right now, has no idea that she's in the main event in heat number 12, coming up on our next day of competition, whenever that may be. She's currently getting some assistance from Water Patrol right now, but here's Kai Lenny up and riding. Kai, one of the multi-winners here at Sunset Beach. He's won quite a few times in its history since 2010. And there's White. That is Justin Holland. And Justin just trying to hold on the inside. A really low stance. And that's what it takes here at Sunset. When you get caught in that whitewater section, you are essentially in a crouching position. It's no casual riding out there until you get out to the shoulder where he is now. And Justin makes it back out.
Yeah, sometimes it's best to kind of outrun the whitewater and use that to your advantage to get to the inside to make it a little easier to paddle back out to the channel, because sometimes you get stuck in the middle and just take beatings and beatings.
And right now, while we've got a little break in the action, we're going to throw you down to the beach. Stuart Howells has the winner of the last heat, Sebastian Gomez.
Thanks, Rocky. I'm here with Sebastian. Sebastian, following in your dad's footsteps, competing in the Stand-Up World Tour, you've just progressed. How excited are you to compete in the main round?
Sí, gracias a Dios pude pasar mi hit y a seguir con todo para la final.
And if he can just have the English translation?
He wants to thank God. He made a hit. He's very happy, and he says he's going to do his best to make it through the main event.
So Sebastian and Fiona through. Rocky passing out. Back up to you in the studio.
Thank you, Stuart. And we're watching Kai Lenny just gaff some turns right in the hook and making it look just a little too easy. But, his style, his composure, the way his body torques, it's just, it's definitely different than what you see across the board. And earlier I kind of mentioned some names of other sports like Kelly Slater, Tiger Woods, Michael Jordan, those types of, you think of those guys who are just, when you watch them, you're like, okay, there's these guys over here, and then there's this guy. And I just kind of get that feeling over the last few years of watching him, even from a young age, really, really work on his technique, work on his conditioning, and the spot he is in now, where he's now, he's really just taking it to another level.
Yeah, it's impressive to watch. I mean, he's just on fire, and as you can see his replay, I mean, just really clean bottom turn, sets up for a great off the top, and another big, deep bottom turn. I mean, just looks at ease out there in big surfing conditions, and, we've had a lot of great sessions at Jaws this year, and he is just impressive.
And here is Yellow. This is Julien Boyer battling through the trials into the main event. But yeah, even that first turn, just the way he kind of just put his paddle behind him and so it wouldn't catch, and all the subtle, movements and techniques that that he performs are really, really high performance stuff. He makes it look that easy. And these conditions are treacherous. I mean, we've seen some of the most conditioned guys go out there today and really battle. And Kai is proving that not only skill-wise he's got what it takes, but the power, the conditioning. He's not a big guy, but he knows how to work well with the ocean. And here at Sunset, you don't want to be battling or challenging Sunset. You want to be working in harmony with the wave, and that's what he's doing there. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and give it up for the girl in yellow right there, Fiona Wild.
That's awesome. You know what? She did a really great job out there to make it in the main event, and to go right back out there with 3.5 minutes. It just shows she's determined, and great to see. That's what we want to see in all of our competitors.
Fiona, congratulations. You are on to the main event. And also, congratulations. You don't have to surf again today. Little fist pump right there. So, double congratulations. You've battled through it. You've made it. And you are into the next round, but you're not until the 12th heat. So that won't be until our next day of competition. So you get to rest, kind of regroup, and kind of rehash what went on today. And best of luck to you in the next rounds. 18 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. 18:45 here to go in round 1, heat 1. Kai Lenny in the lead. Have yet to see from Aaron Napoleon in blue. We saw briefly Julian Boyer in the yellow, and we saw a wave from Justin Holland. Heat number 2 should be checked in and heading out soon. Kai Bates, Lucas Medeiros, Kala Alexander, Kainoa Hawanio. And right now on the beach, we have Stuart Howells standing by with a winded but very excited Fiona Wild.
Thanks, Rocky. Me and Fiona were stood here about an hour ago. Fiona, you're through to the main event. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Amazing, I guess. Completely surprised and very humbled, and learning Sunset and competing at Sunset are two very different things, and to put them together in one and try and learn at the same time is a big experience in itself, and I just couldn't be happier to get waves, and I mean, a result like that is just a bonus. Just being out there is the best part.
It looks like conditions had changed. Just explain them for me.
Yeah, so in the first heat, it was definitely, glacier, there was less wind, and then in the second heat, there was a little bit of an offshore breeze, and then with the waves being as big as they are, it makes it much harder to paddle in, and I kept getting too far out, so my wave count was way lower in the second one, and then just on the inside, too, the current is just wicked strong, and so paddling against it, with it, it's all, you can't paddle against it, but just maneuvering out there is more than half the battle, I think.
It was super tough. You scored one wave. You ran up the beach. Did you know at that point that you needed another wave, or did you know that one was enough?
I thought that I might have a chance with one, but the heat wasn't over yet, so the heat's only over when it's over, so that's why I went back out.
Thank you ever so much. Congratulations. Good stuff, Fiona. Rocky will fire back to you in the box.
All right. Thank you, Stuart, and congratulations, Fiona. We saw some action on the screen there. We saw Kai quickly up and down. We saw Justin Holland get a pretty decent ride. And then who was that on that last wave?
I think it looked like Aaron Napoleon just pulling into an incredible left, pulled in. I mean, that was a bomb. And that's what Aaron's all about. I mean, he pulls a rabbit out of the hat. I wouldn't even have thought about going left. And he does it. And that was pretty insane.
16 minutes remaining. 16 minutes. And looks like no signal.
Yes.
And we're back. So we're going to check out possibly a replay of Justin Holland. He had a pretty good score. He went for it on that last part of the wave, smacking that huge section, and came unglued, but had some pretty good turns beforehand. 15 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. We're almost halfway through the heat, And here's Justin. Nice couple of turns there, Chuck.
Yeah, you can really see how the wave starts to flatten out a little bit, and he really starts to pump through. He's eyeing that next section coming at him. And we had a talk on the beach before. It was all about hitting the closeout. And that's exactly what he did. I mean, he's trying to gain his speed right here as he makes a bottom turn and up. And, man, he really just commits that turn and, he got the best of him. But I commend him on that one because that's the way I like to finish.
Yeah, that's going for it right in the end. And if you guys were talking about hitting the closeout, that was it. And look at this, Aaron Napoleon going left.
Insane.
And then just goes, you know what? I'm going to stand in a barrel. And almost probably could have came out of that. That was had a little bit of a doggy door, but, you know, just to even get the courage to pull into something like that is impressive all in itself.
Yeah, Aaron is, oh my gosh. I mean, you wouldn't have thought about any barrels out there in this kind of condition. You look out there, and he always finds a diamond in a rough, you know.
Well, we'll see how that score comes in for Aaron Napoleon. Kai Lenny in the red, Justin Holland in white. Probably our two heat leaders, Aaron Napoleon and Julian Boyer. And you might hear the sirens going by. We've heard those all day long, coming and going on the road. We just hope everybody's okay. We do know that there's probably some surfers over at Pipeline, at Waimea, down towards the outer reefs beyond Waimea. So a very common yet eerie sound on the North Shore are the emergency sirens going up and down the coast. And more often than not, they're not responding to any vehicular roadside assistance. It is all related to the ocean. So we just hope that everybody's okay today. And those are just precautionary. 13 minutes, actually 12 minutes, 50 seconds remaining, 12:50 on the clock. I'd like to thank our great sponsor down the road, Turtle Bay Resort, for bringing the surfing, stand-up paddle, waterman culture to the forefront of Turtle Bay. And also the sustainability efforts of the resort have been tremendous over the last couple of years, conserving over 1,100 acres that will be set for permanent conservation, thanks to the partnership between Turtle Bay and the North Shore Community Land Trust. Also the thousands of solar panels that have been installed on the roof of Turtle Bay, the only hotel in Hawaii to use its roof as a solar panel. As Justin Holland, like you said, Chuck, you guys talked about it, hit that closeout section. Did he pass the test there?
Yeah, he definitely committed himself, and I think it probably had a little more pushback than he had thought, and but still, great way to finish it. It's always nice when you get a wave at the end that has a little bit of an ending that you can really hit. To finish it, that's what the judges want to see. They want to see that you have full control and that you've got a good vision of what you want to do, and finishing a wave strong is what it's all about to get those scores.
Yeah, even though he didn't, complete that maneuver, that still puts a thought in your head like, wow, he really went for it. And the score leading up to there was not bad already. He had a couple of nice turns, so that was just kind of a exclamation point for him. And he's been injured a little bit, so to see him recommitted after an injury and still going for it like that is pretty commendable.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, there's a lot of athletes, I think, especially this year, have been going pretty hard with such a great winter. And, no matter how injured you are, you still have that competitive spirit and drive, and you find yourself out there in the game anyway.
Yeah, I think Julian Boyer, also in this heat in yellow, has an ankle brace around his left ankle. So he's surfing through some bit of injury as well. And welcome to you guys joining us on the beach. Cameras and binoculars, all part of the spectator equipment basket, and also some comfortable beach chairs like you guys are enjoying down there, as well as some pretty nice weather. You know, not too hot, definitely not too cool, and sun just breaking through from time to time as you see Julian and Kai Lenny shoot over that wave. Not being able to duck dive these boards, that's the kind of the technique of choice, is to rock back and try to shoot the board over while the leash threads through, and hopefully not lose too much ground of where you're at in the lineup.
And that's also a great way to kind of save your leash from breaking half the time, because
Right.
you end up putting it up and over the power versus having it drag you behind. So sometimes that works.
Hey, Chris. Hey, what's up, man? Seven minutes and 50 seconds remaining. 7:50 to go. And currently it's probably Kai Lenny and Justin Holland holding on to the 1 and 2 positions here in this round 1, heat 1. It's non-elimination, so the bottom 2 would go to the repecharge consolation round, so still in the competition. But first, the leapfrog into round 3. Check out these waves out the back. Oh, man, those look big on screen, so you know they're huge in real life.
You can just see Aaron just barely made it over that little corner. And, you know, it's hard to tell, but sometimes you think you're out far enough, and then suddenly these sets come out of nowhere, and you're just trying to stay in the right position. So it's all about negotiating and being in the right spot and not being too far out, not being too far inside. And you do take a couple on the head, but at the end, if you get the right wave, it's all worth it.
Yeah, especially at this surf break at Sunset Beach. I mean, it provides some of the most high-performance big wave surfing. If you can ever put the two together, it's here at Sunset Beach, as we saw Kai Lenny just go up and down briefly on the outside. Aaron Napoleon, if he wasn't holding a paddle, he would be rolling up the windows. But he holds on through that big drop. Navigating back to the whitewater with this one. Hopefully get some wall on the inside. And try to get into the top 2 positions to not have to battle through the repecharge round. And he's still stroking.
Oh, get in there, get in there.
He's going to make it in.
Wow.
And that wave just bottoms out.
It's like a bucking bronco right there, and he's just getting the most out of that wave, which sometimes is just enough.
5 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. And talking about equipment, getting those boards ready for a possible, yeah, that looks too loose, bro. Getting Get them tight. Get them tight. Here's Kai Lenny looking for a reform. If he survives that whitewater, this could be a pretty good one. And just can't get over the hump there, Chuck. But you saw his
wow.
idea.
Yeah, sometimes that's actually pretty works. As you can see, that inside just completely open up for a big drop.
He is going to reconsider the small fin as the thruster in that 2+1 setup. Or maybe move it up a little bit, move it down. But that box there reserved usually for fins that are a little longer. So we'll see if the choice is made to go with a bigger fin or stick with that size fin. That's James Casey we talked to earlier. He was doing well in Morocco in the big waves. And here is Kai Lenny. Beautiful turn off the top for Kai. Look at that wave peeling across the inside right there.
Yeah, you can't help but mind surf some of these waves. As you see a couple of competitors super stoked. Giorgio and Barent Roediger amped on watching the action.
Fiona in the background talking to her mom. I made it to the main event. It's so cool. 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Here's Justin Holland. And, you know, that's not an easy task, holding the rail in that foamy section. It's so rough and so gnarly in there. Somehow he is able to navigate and put together a couple of turns. And here goes yellow. This is Julien Boyer. Pretty good wave for Julien. Just waiting for this one to maybe show some wall on the inside. That's been the trick, and not able to make it through. But he did a couple direction changes and got on the board.
Yeah, we're kind of at a little challenging time where you don't have really the big sets that wash all the way through, and then you have kind of the medium small ones that pretty much stack up on the inside. So if you get lucky, and like how Kai tried to kind of negotiate that whitewater to push him through and up and over into the inside bowl, that's you always have to have your eyes open for, you know, whatever it's going to take to get that good ride. And, you know, when the minutes start to tick down, you pretty much have to do whatever it takes to get a couple more waves if you can.
Yeah, a couple of factors as we see Justin Holland somehow able to hold on and draw that rail, and then Kai smacks it on the outside closeout section. But time is something you got to be concerned about. Of course, your other competitors, you know, you got 3 other competitors in the heat, but I think your main focus is on the ocean and the ocean conditions. And first and foremost is your safety, but also you know, getting in position to catch one of these waves.
Definitely. As you can see, they're negotiating their way through a couple of these sets as a beautiful one grinds in on the inside. And you can really see some of the open faces just allows you to just, you know, really get some beautiful turns in. It's just getting lucky to get one of those during this heat.
Counting down 45 seconds. Looks like a board caddy heading out for the next heat. Here we go on the outside, Aaron Napoleon with 17 seconds remaining. Can he put a score together and advance into the round 3? Counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We'll stand by and let the judges get that last score of blue into the score line. And Aaron actually was combo. Justin Holland was in the lead. Kai Lenny in second. So that wave, if Aaron needed a combo, will not get him into second place. Counting down. Start of heat number 2 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Heat number 3, please check in. Jan Vaj, Bernd Roediger, Brennan Rose, and Dorrance David check in for heat number 3. And on the outside, I think Kai Lenny coming in from the previous heat. So in this heat, we have yet another Kai in red. And it will be the young Australian, Kai, the young master, Bates, in the red jersey. Lucas Medeiros in the white from Brazil. From Hawaii, right here on the North Shore by way of Kauai, Kala Alexander in the yellow. And in the blue, from the Big Island and from the trials round, Kainoa Hawani'o. Once again, heat number 3, check in. Jan Vaj, Bernd Roediger, Brennan Rose, Dorrance David, check in for heat number 3. And so we're going to take you down to the beach with the winner of that last heat. Got an 8-point ride. Standing by with Zane Schweitzer is Justin Holland.
Conditions to say the least, Justin. Well, it's great to see you back on tour. We haven't seen you in quite a while. You had a bit of a break there with your injury. Yeah. How does it feel to be back on tour and starting it off with a bang in your first heat with a win?
Yeah, mate, feels really good. Watching you guys in France and Morocco, and it was painful. I mean, I was stoked for you guys, but I had a little shoulder injury, and I kind of had to make the call whether it was better to rest it and be here now, or just keep pushing through it and maybe end up who knows where. I'm not getting any younger, but I'm stoked to just sort of get out there and just find my way in the lineup.
I think you're Peter Pan to me. It seems like every time I see you, you're getting younger and more happier. But Justin, so you had a little break. You said you missed France and Morocco, those last few events last year. Morocco was pretty good conditions, but I think you made a good choice. Spending time with the family, getting some work done back home, making sure your shoulder injury heals up correctly. Are you ready for another full year?
I'm ready, mate. Ready as ever. And little shout out to Shelley and Domino and Charlie at home, my kids, and miss you guys. But stoked to be back on tour, and it's good to be here.
Unreal, Justin. Well, you killed it out there. Great work. Stoked to see you advance on through. All right.
Thanks, buddy. Cheers.
Thank you, Zane, and congrats, Justin. Moving on to round 3, so probably won't have to surf till possibly the later part of our next day of competition, possibly even the third day of competition. So that's for these guys in round 1 right now, the main event, to be able to go to round 3 and have that much rest could be an advantage, but there's also something to be said about the momentum factor when you're zooming through reprecharge rounds and you're feeling the flow. But I think the consensus is you would rather skip to the next round just to eliminate that possibility of losing out on the reprecharge.
Yeah, definitely, Rocky. I think it's, there's a time where you feel like, you're on fire and, you're going through heats and maybe you don't make, number, 1 or 2 spot, but you're in, third, and then you go through the reprecharge and you're on fire again, and then you make it to the third round, and you just have the momentum, and it works. But then again, it's when you get like Kai and those guys right now are probably stoked. They did what they needed to do, and they can rest up, kind of watch maybe the conditions get a little bit better in their favor for that round 3. So having a little rest may help as well.
Heat number 3, if you haven't done so already, get checked in. Jan Vaj, Baron Rodigger, Brennan Rose, and Dorrance David. And we're going to throw you down to Zane Schweitzer, standing by now with Kai Lenny.
Okay. This is better distance. All right, guys, how's it going? I'm here with Kai Lenny, runner-up from that last heat. So, Kai, world champion last year, first heat of the year for the Stand-Up World Tour. How'd you feel out there in these tough conditions?
Oh, it's always good to get the first heat out of the way, and now just looking forward to moving on through. It was pretty crazy out there because you kind of had to just wait for a wave to come to you. You couldn't really hunt them down or use your normal lineups. It was quite victory at sea, but nonetheless really fun.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, we've heard a lot of people saying that today out in the water. You really have to be patient, and I mean, you and I, we've competed out here quite a bit. I'd say watching you over the years, this is probably one of your, I guess, most best performing waves. That, I mean, you kill it out here every event. But this is so different. I feel like every time you jump in the water at Sunset Beach, it's a whole different beast. And today, I mean, that's to say the least.
Oh, yeah. Sunset has a million different faces, and no heat's the same. And so you kind of have to approach it with an open mind, and whatever comes to you, you got to take. And out here, it definitely doesn't just hand out free waves. You kind of have.
All right, thank you, Zane Schweitzer, and good job, Kai Lenny. Here we go on the outside in white. That's Lucas Medeiros, and making it count on his backhand, Chuck. Couple of nice turns right there.
Yeah, he's doing a really, really great job. I mean, backside at Sunset is definitely not an easy feat, but he makes it look really easy, and a couple of really nice clean turns to open up his first heat score.
Well, now Lucas, he was negotiating that cross chop in the channel, and the Sunset Channel, so notorious for having that crazy, gnarly mixing of currents from Sunset and Camiland, and that's where they kind of meet together and then just create this huge, like 3 to 4 foot seas right there, chops that, sometimes you don't even see them coming, and they come out of nowhere. And even for the Hawaiian Water Patrol, they got to be watching those chops very closely.
Yeah, it definitely makes it very challenging. And even when you're just going out to kind of set up for your first heat, just paddling through that stuff is very challenging in itself. And then obviously after a wave, it's no easy feat. But as you can see, a couple big sets on the outside rolling through.
And Kainoa kind of thought that one might hold up, but it just passes through and does not provide any scoring potential. So out there right now in red, Kai Bates. In white, Lucas Medeiros, we just saw. In the yellow, Kala Alexander. And in the blue, Kainoa Hawani'o. And there's yellow Kala on the outside. Surfs this wave quite a bit and was able to get a 2.57. So he's in the runnings right now. Just needs a 0.94 to go to second. Kainoa holding that spot with a 3.5. Medeiros in the lead with a 3.57 and a 0.57.
Yeah, Lucas has definitely been spending quite a bit of time here on the North Shore. I think for the last good month and a half, and it definitely shows. You know, he's got a very clean, strong backside attack. And, you know, here at Sunset, I think this wall is, you know, that you get on the inside really is perfect for that. So it's great to see a backsider, you know, really have a great attack. And in these conditions, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, a backhand surfer can have the advantage when you can get that power off that backhand bottom turn and really get steep and vertical and throw it up there. But I think the overall consensus would be I'd rather be a regular foot here, but if you can throw a little bit of optimism towards the goofy footers, you know, we'll do our best.
I tend to agree as well. Front side is definitely solid.
Yeah. You just caught a glimpse of Kai Bates, who is still waiting to catch a wave. The young Aussie has performed well in a lot of events over the last couple of years, kind of coming into his own and making himself more of a household name on the Stand-Up World Tour. And we'll see if he can make more of a name of himself here at Sunset Beach with these big, big waves. And you see our setup here, the green flag. We still have 19 minutes remaining in this heat, but it's not a bad idea to get going early because you never know what's going to happen through that shore break. That's kind of the deciding factor of how long it's going to take you to get out to the lineup from the beach here.
Yeah, as we saw many guys kind of, and girls, kind of fight for a good couple minutes, you know.
Yeah.
So to make it out, so sometimes if you wait to the bitter end, you may be taking a little time from the main heat. So definitely want to get out early and be able to rest assured that you're ready to go with time to spare.
There's Jan Vaz and Kyle Vaz, the Vaz brothers. Yeah, boys. How does it look? It looks good? Looks okay? So-so? He's like, oh, yeah. I don't know.
They're always stoked, and they've been on fire this off season, training a bunch and doing a bunch of endurance racing and running, and they're fun to watch on Instagram. That's for sure. Good family.
Yeah, and Kyle Vaz came so close to winning the world title last year. It came down to the final event. Or at least one of the final events. Huntington Beach was a real close one. And it was Kyle Lenny, though, able to come up and grab it. Here we go. This is blue. That is Kainoa Hawani'o from the Big Island.
Wow.
And Kainoa just getting right under the hook.
Oof.
And hard to set that rail. Goes down pretty hard.
That was a really nice turn, though. Here we got Kai Bates. Sets up. Beautiful turn down the line. Setting up for a nice bottom turn, hooking all the way around. Really nice, smooth, and easy. Kicks out. It's a great opening wave for him.
Well, he's probably feeling a little bit of the pressure. He only caught, that's his first wave there, and we have 16 minutes remaining, so 16:45 to be exact. So he's been sitting for a while. And, you know, he's been probably watching the time tick down on his watch and needed to get something. You could tell on that wave, you know, he didn't want to fall. That's something that you can sometimes shines through when athletes are on the wave, when you know they're trying to be a little safe, a little conservative. But when it's your first wave, you want to make it count as much as possible. So you do kind of got to ease up on the gas pedal a little bit. Get your feet wet, like you talked about earlier. Get the butterflies out and shake off the nerves and watch for Kai's next wave to be a little better.
Yeah, and I think, it kind of helps with your confidence as well when you are, a little tentative on that first wave, and once you've made it through and okay, now I really need to, work a little bit harder and perhaps hit the section harder and whatnot. But, Kai is no stranger to really making some incredible bank turns and in the air. So here we have Kala on the inside, just finishing a wave.
And Kala coming into this this main event in the yellow jersey, competing the last couple of years, making some rounds and doing very well. He prefers and appreciates the big waves here of Sunset Beach. He's invited to the Eddie Aikau Memorial at Waimea Bay. Should it run this year? We had a couple of close calls, but still not big enough to run the most prestigious event in the world at Waimea Bay, the Eddie Aikau. And some of you may be on the beach watching going, gosh, these waves are ginormous. And just imagine, it is not even close to being big enough for the Eddie Aikau. So imagine what kind of waves we need for that one.
Yeah, no, you definitely said it. And I mean, looking at the tower right there, you've got waves that are probably a good 20 feet higher than that.
Yeah.
That's needed for the Eddie, and to watch those guys, pull it all out there and drop in on waves that are between 40 and 50 foot faces is impressive. And Kala, like you said, lives for that kind of stuff. So it's hopefully it happens this year.
Well, it's happening right now on the outside. We've got sets way out the back, a couple of whale breaches as well happening out beyond, and you can see Kala with his safety vest underneath the rash guard, and that's been a popular tool these days, just so you can, sometimes here at Sunset it's better to be pushed far in and then recoup and come all the way back around rather than get stuck in that middle section where you can spend 5 to 10 minutes battling waves. When you're more flotatious, when you have that suit on, it enables you to get pushed in quicker, and back around to the outside is that much faster you'll make it. So pretty interesting. Kala's not doing it because he cannot handle and he's scared of drowning. That's definitely not the case.
No,
it's strategic.
Yeah, and he's definitely very smart. As you see, a lot of our competitors are wearing those. At the same time, it's also a little body armor. You go to pull into a barrel, or perhaps you misnegotiate a turn and the board comes and slams you back in the ribs.
Yeah.
It is nice to have that extra padding. Gives you a little confidence, and like you said, getting pushed to the inside so you don't take the brunt of the inside bowl on the head is always a plus when you're trying to get as many waves as possible in this short period of time.
Yeah, only having 30 minutes, it may sound somewhat like a good amount of time here on land, but when you're out there in the water, it feels like it's abbreviated by a third. It feels more like 10 minutes or 20 minutes because you're working so hard. You're moving around so much.
The nose a little lower.
All right, we got Zane Schweitzer down on the beach with Brennan Rose.
All right, how's it going, guys? Here with up-and-coming rider in the next heat, rider in yellow, Brennan Rose. Brennan, how you feeling out there coming into your first heat of the first event, Stand Up World Tour?
I feel good. The conditions are great out there. Got a bigger board for the outside waves. Hopefully we can catch at least 2 waves, and I feel good.
Well, that's the plan, right? 2 waves are scored, so it's a good thing to get at least 2 under your belt. Maybe talk about your equipment a little bit, give a little insight.
Yeah, I'm riding a 9.4 Riviera, nice pintail. I'm doing 3-fin setup. I feel positive about it. It feels good.
Unreal. Well, good luck, Brandon. Have fun. All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Zane, and best of luck to you, Brennan. Kai Bates there on screen. He needs another wave. He's on the hunt. 11 minutes and 15 seconds. Here we go. And blue, just a quick up and down. That's Kainoa Hawani'o. 10 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Heat number 3 on standby. And then we'll be calling up heat number 4. I believe that'll be our final heat of the day of round 1.
As you can see, Kai Bates doing circles, trying to keep himself ready and hoping that a set comes his way. It's definitely challenging just staying up on top of your board. As we see Kala dive as this sneaker set catches him by surprise.
Some of the boards the athletes are riding are so small that they have to keep moving. Otherwise, they'll just start to sink down. So Kai just trying to keep his board above water, trying to keep himself upright, and trying to get a good view of what's coming of beyond the waves in front of him. So, you know, I notice when I'm stand-up paddle surfing and enjoying some waves, it's much more advantageous to be up on your feet. You can see well beyond the first few waves right in front of you. And we've got 7 minutes, 45 seconds remaining in this heat. We're going to take you down to the beach with Zane Schweitzer, who's standing by with Keahi Dale Boyts.
All right, guys, I'm here with Australia's own Keahi Dale Boyts. So, Keahi, you've been out here since October training in Hawaii, getting ready for this event, as well probably training for your kiting. Also, you're coming out of a pretty big injury. So, tell us a little bit about what's going on lately.
Yeah, basically I was at home in Australia during the winter there last year, and kind of had a bad fall. Landed super hard and ended up breaking my ankle, breaking tib and fib, and spent basically 3 months out of the water, and then from then on just been getting it better. Say I'm pretty much back to like 85-90% now. Been surfing a lot and kiting a lot as well, and pretty stoked with where I'm at. I'm looking forward to hopefully some fun waves, and we'll see. It's good to be back anyway.
Unreal. We're stoked to have you back, Keahi. And if you guys don't know, if you've never heard of Keahi Dale Boyts, he's a world champion kite surfer and an OG to the Stand-Up World Tour Waterman League. Definitely up there as one of the world's top stand-up paddle surfers and pushing the limits with his innovative surfing. One of few throwing airs and stuff. So, Keahi, good luck out there.
Cheers.
Stoked you're feeling better.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Zane, and good luck, Keahi, in your upcoming heat on our next day of competition. On the outside, .5 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. 5:50 remaining.
Looks like we've got a couple sets on the outside starting to stack up. It's definitely smoothing out a little bit. I mean, still kind of warbly and little funky, but it's nice to see the ocean kind of flattening out with a little better faces to work on as this set starts to approach the lineup.
Well, it seems like the cloud cover makes way for a little bit of sunlight every now and then, and the wind kind of comes and goes as well. We had a little bit of a breeze coming up earlier about midday, and then it's kind of tapered back a little bit. You can see some of the spray coming off the top of the waves, but nothing like the last few days and into the week of just gnarly blasting onshore winds, making it pretty uncontestable. I mean, it's not many times on the North Shore you're going to say it's not contestable. As Kala goes down on the outside, fortunately, he's going to hold his position out there, not too far into that wave. But you hardly see the North Shore transform into an uncontestable arena due to the wind. We see it from time to time with large surf, but that wind, man, it was nasty.
It's kind of like the devil wind almost. You never get that here.
Exactly. It is a devil wind, and we're hoping that it stays fairly calm into tomorrow. Early to see what it looks like in the morning and give you the update and the call bright and early. But for right now, we're going to wrap up heat number 2 here in about 3 minutes and 45 seconds. And heat number 3 on standby.
Oh, here we go. Another really beautiful wave.
That's Kainoa.
Just making the most of it. And it's really tough. I mean, he's got a couple nice turns, kicks out. Need to kind of just keep getting as many points as possible before the end of the heat. A really crucial time right now.
Yeah, we are down to the wire with 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. So Kainoa gets on the board with another wave, and then looks like he's going to bring it back in with 2 minutes 35 seconds now. Probably thinking it'll take quite a bit of time to get all the way back out for another wave. Going to conserve some energy and hope that he will be into the next round. At least that's his hope. And his score that reflected when we had the graphic looked pretty good. He was in second place. Kala Alexander could be on the outside looking in, needing a pretty good wave to get into the advancing position. Kai Bates also only had that one wave that he surfed kind of safe on. And he wanted to get back out and get something better, but he's just been on the hunt in the last 13, 14 minutes and coming up empty.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's hard to see from basically the webcam and whatnot, but, it's challenging. It's kind of a little mind blower sometimes. You go out there, going, okay, I'm going to sit on the inside and try to get a couple waves, and then you get a couple on the head, and then you decide to go outside, and you're almost playing a little ping pong. And as you can see, Kala and Kai Bates, just trying to be in the right spot as waves are kind of going everywhere. So you don't want to be too far outside, not too far inside. So you're constantly paddling just to get that wave. And if you get lucky to get a couple waves, that's what you need. And as you can see, a couple have only gotten maybe one wave, and it's really important to get that second score. It may not be a good one, but enough to push you through to the next round.
50 seconds remaining. 50 seconds. And Kala trying to stroke his way into that one. Can't get it. 40 seconds. And White going over that wave. That was Lucas Medeiros. And we're coming down to the 30-second mark.
And here we got just the outside, just all white water and catching everybody a little bit off guard. Just trying to count those seconds away to see if you can get one more wave.
White on the inside. Lucas Medeiros counting down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Standing by for the start of heat number 3. Heat number 3. Counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I think Kainoa in blue. And then maybe Lucas.
So Kala on the inside from the last heat, just trying to get out of the way of our next competitors. Check in heat number 4. Final heat of the day. Check in heat number 4. Leco Salazar, Benoit Carpentier, James Casey, and Austin Kalama. Check in. Leco, Benoit, James, and Austin check in for heat number 4. Here we go, up and riding in red. This is Jan Vaz. So gets on the board within the first 5 minutes, and it's been a couple of heats since we've seen surfers be able to strike that quickly. So Jan Vaz getting the position, getting the wave, and getting on the board. In the white, we have Baron Roediger. And in the yellow, Brennan Rose. And in the blue, Dorrance David. Time remaining in this heat, 24 minutes, 30 seconds, 24:30 remaining. Mahalo to our sponsors, Red Bull, Turtle Bay Resort, as well as our other great supporters. Here we go on the outside in white. That's Bant Roediger. And Bant finds one turn and then says, get me out of here. Probably a smart move there.
As we see the horizon start to light up again with a couple more sets.
And on the beach right now, we've got Zane Schweitzer standing by, advancing to round number 3, Kala Alexander.
How's it going, guys? Here at Local Boy, Kala Alexander, winner of that last heat, rider in yellow. So how do you feel advancing on through into the next round?
Oh, I feel really fortunate. It's a lot of good athletes in this competition. And anytime you can surf Sunset with 3 other guys, it's awesome. It's very challenging out there. I had no idea I won the heat. I was just trying to, catch some waves, keep moving, and keep from getting caught inside.
Well, out of anybody, I'd say you can do it out there with the local knowledge. I mean, you live right here, so stoked to see you advance on through, Kala.
Yeah,
all right.
Thank you. I just want to say thanks to all the sponsors, Turtle Bay, all my sponsors, the Hui, Ruka, Electric, The Kind, everybody who supports me. I really appreciate it, and stoked to be moving on. And stick around, you guys, because these are the best at what in this sport. Stand-up paddling, these are all the best guys in the world right here. And, I'll be 46 next month, and it's just great to beat some of these young guys. All right.
Oh, yeah. Okay, aloha.
Right on, Kala. Good job, bro. And you heard it right there. He's stoked to just be out at Sunset with a couple guys, no matter what the conditions are like. It's rare to be out here with just a few people. So Kala taking advantage and using that to propel him into round 3. And talking story with surfer in yellow from the next heat. Coming up, heat number 4, that'll be James Casey. Here we go on the outside. This is the yellow for this heat. That's Brennan Rose. And Brennan looks like on a pretty good sized board. More appropriate for Sunset Beach. A little sleeker looking, kind of fast looking board, Chuck.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's a smart move on having a little more size, get a nice little pocket ride on the inside. I think it's like a 9.4 or something like that. So as you can see, even Kala, in the last heat had a little bit longer board, and I think there's something to be said to have a little more size, gets you into the wave a little earlier. Also a lot more stable in the tricky conditions we have out there, and helps you kind of paddle out a little quicker as well. So having that board looks like it turns really well as well. So I think he's made the right decision on that equipment.
Yeah, he gets on the board. 20 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Hawaiian Water Patrol looking on from the channel. Larry Haynes on the back of one of the skis getting some great water footage.
As you can see out there, you have just waves all over the place as we get into our replay of Bernd Roediger. Just really nice, smooth rail-to-rail turn as he kicks out. And here comes Brendan Rose setting up for the inside.
James Casey prepping on the beach. Heat number 4 coming up next. Our final heat of this day number 1 of the Sunset Beach Pro Trials and main event of round 1 of the Sunset Beach Pro men's competition. With the exception of Fiona Wild, we'll have all men competitors in this main event. Fiona advanced through from the trials into the main round. But we've had one day of competition over at Turtle Bay. That was last Sunday. Caroline Angiboul, she won that women's final. First event on tour. Starts off with a bang and was in 4th place with no waves of that 25-minute heat, even with 8 minutes remaining. Somehow got 2 waves and went from 4th to 1st and overtook Izzy Gomez. And I believe Candace Appleby was in that final, along with
Shakira Westorp.
Shakira from Australia. And what a great day of competition that was. Of course, Hawaiian Water Patrol helping with the assistance to the lineup. But the girls, once they got out there, they were quite courageous. And the young kids, the juniors, Nainoa David just ripped that day, as well as Keola Awai got 8s and 9s all day long. So that was an exciting competition at Turtle Bay Resort on Sunday. So this would be day 2, if you will, of our total event. And we're here at Sunset Beach with huge, large waves here on the North Shore, which is pretty normal in February. It's just really been windy, so we've been using these days. On Sunday was also one of those days. The swell was big, but the wind was calm, so we had to jump in there and take that day. So we've been, just sprinkled with a couple of contestable days here and there, and we'll hope for more contestable conditions into tomorrow morning, which could be favorable. The swell is tapering off just a bit. I wouldn't say it's dropping. It is tapering off, but still super large waves, not dropping by any sense of the word, but it is easing up a little, and the winds tend to be favorable into this afternoon, possibly overnight into the morning.
But it is definitely nice to get this second day out of the way, just as we still do have a solid day, maybe a day and a half of competition left. But as you can see, we've got some still very washed out conditions a little bit, but these guys are making the most of it, getting the best waves they can in their heats.
Is that yellow? What does he need? If there is anybody on the beach that is friends or could be a caddy for Brennan Rose, Brennan Rose is requesting a smaller board. So if anybody's on the beach that would be willing to help Brennan Rose in the yellow get a smaller board, there is 15 minutes remaining. And Surfer in Yellow out there, just a request possibly for a smaller board out in the lineup for Brennan Rose, if anybody's knows where his boards are.
That is definitely the importance of having a good board caddy out there with that already.
Yeah, you got to be proactive here at Sunset Beach for sure. And having a caddy like you saw Kai Lenny have someone go out. We got Ian Voss right now in the water. His brother Kyle is his board caddy. And so that is an option here at Sunset Beach. And it is one that if you can find a willing caddy on a day like today, it's encouraged to have somebody paddling out extra equipment for you. "13 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. 13:50. And it looks like we have, I believe, is that Kai Bates?
Yeah, I think so.
Kai Bates is going to support Brennan Rose and get this board out to him. 13 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. 13:30.
As you can see, that inside is super, super challenging still. And got a couple little sets on the outside.
Another part of the rule book for stand-up paddle surfing is the fact that the judges expect you to be standing at most times possible, or as much as possible. So you see Brennan Rose bailing under that wave right there, along with Jan Vaj. But sometimes folks might think, well, why don't they just paddle on their knees to save energy going back out, or on the, lay down? But it's actually part of the rule book that unless you are in an impact zone, or unless you are without your paddle, or unless you're in some other predicament where you cannot stand, you must be standing on your board to paddle back out to the lineup, and while you're waiting for waves as well. Otherwise, everybody would just get really small boards that they can't stand on, and then prone catch them, and then have the paddle in their hands. So, a very pertinent rule for stand-up paddle surfing.
Dorrance David dropping in on this wave on the inside, trying to make the most out of it, and looks like he comes unstuck.
I didn't even see where he fell off. It was like a little spray came up off the wave in front, and then he was gone.
He's got to make his way back out. Hopefully he's not too far inside and gets out lucky and in time for, to kind of make up for that wave or get a second score.
And down on the beach, we've got an interview with brother Zane Schweitzer. Take it away, Zane. Here we go on the outside. This is White. That's Ben Roediger. And Ben just looking down the line, and that wave fizzles out. 10 minutes remaining. 10 minutes. Right on, mahalo, Zane. There's blue on the outside. That's Dorrance David. And yellow in view, Brennan Rose. I wonder if he knows his board is on the way out to him. Well, now time is getting down to the wire, Chuck. Not sure if you'd want to switch it up this late in the game.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, it's like you said, having that longer board, definitely a little more stable. He may have thought, it might be better to be able to do tighter turns, but I don't know about changing this late in the game and thinking you're going to make up, especially since it's pretty hard to catch the waves.
Yeah.
I'd kind of stick with it knowing that you do have another heat to make up for it and just try to put everything into every turn and just go for it a little bit. Maybe sit on the inside. But, Brandon always, you're always thinking a little bit more sometimes out there to see, what you can do to kind of better your situation.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to overthink what's going on out there. And, at this point in the heat, you kind of probably want to just live with the choice that you made and maybe next heat, before your heat, really get close with somebody who could be your caddy and try to get something going in that way just to be a little more proactive. But, here at Sunset, you want those boards that'll enable to get you out in front of the whitewater for those nice drawn out turns. You don't want to be doing your turns too close to the whitewater because of the distance. The judges, sometimes it's hard to see the value in those tight turns because you're so close to the whitewater. When you get out way in front and do those big swooping carves and swooping cutbacks, they're able to kind of see the separation of your board from the whitewater section, and it enables them to maybe see a little bit more of your technique out away from the whitewater here at Sunset because the waves are so big and because the viewing is so far out. So we'll see if Brennan takes advantage or takes the smaller board. But I think at this stage he might be better just to stick with what he's got. But it looks like he's stroking over, Chuck. And he could make the change with 6 minutes, 30 seconds. And then he could get a sick wave and rip it and then just shut us all up. That's a possibility. I mean, Brennan is a really good surfer. But just hoping his strategy can work out for him here.
Yeah, I mean, he's taking a gamble. He's, paddling all the way to the channel. And you're looking at now he's going to paddle back. It's going to take easily another minute and a half to get him back in the zone. And with it being so bumpy, he may be falling. So I hope I'm wrong because it's always fun to, when you make that decision to make that change that it's for the better, and you end up, saying, "I'm glad I made that change at the end."
Well, those girls are very festive on the beach in the
Aloha attire.
Aloha attire galore. Yeah, we got the leis on, got the sarong and lava lavas wraps right there. Yeah, hi, you guys are on TV. You're on watermanleague.com.
Let me fix my hair. I'm stoked.
Please report to the tower to sign a release. Out the back, we got red. That is Jan Vaj. And in the foreground, we've got white Van Rodigger. 5 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. 5:10 remaining.
Got this set coming, and these guys are scratching. Oh. Barrett decides to turn and burn and see if this thing lines up on the inside. As he starts to go down the line, little closeout. He gets in front of the section. Nice turn. Definitely making it look easy for how it started out with a nice big drop, bottom turn, straight in the pocket. Beautiful turn.
Looks like he's got a little bit of a narrow, kind of more gun-shaped board for Sunset today.
Yeah, and it seems to work really well. It seems to really carry the speed. I mean, he kind of made it through that flat section and then really knifed a beautiful bottom turn. So he's definitely liking his equipment, and that was a nice wave to finish out on.
Noah Janela, bit of JC, Casper, all cruising over there.
That's a pretty solid peanut gallery, that's for sure.
Giorgio. Three minutes and 20 seconds remaining. 3:20 remaining.
Well, the time is definitely ticking down, and I'm curious to see where Brennan Rose is. So I really would like to see him get a wave and back up his decision, because it'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, it did cost him a couple of minutes and positioning. So we'll see if he was able to get his board, get the leash on, and get back into the lineup. But, upon doing that, he was going to have just time for probably about one more wave. As you see, one of the injuries suffered today, that's Atamu Conti, got a little laceration right under his right eye. I'm not sure if that was from his paddle or his board, but definitely a lot of hazards, including your own equipment, that can be dangerous out there.
Yeah, it's definitely a huge challenge. I mean, the conditions are one thing, but then, people don't understand how much has to come together to actually get a really clean heat, with being safe with the conditions of, the waves that you choose, and staying away from your equipment when you take a bomb, and so it's a big undertaking, but these guys are doing a great job as Ian Vaj tries to drop in on the inside.
See the smooth strokes of Van Rodigger. One minute 1 minute remaining. 1 minute.
Well, we got a set coming right now. Not really sure it's going to hit them in time, but you never know. Might be able to catch the first wave of the set and just take it all the way to the inside as the clock starts to wind down.
Counting down under 10 seconds. Here we go. Ending this heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And so we'll see the results of that last heat. Jan Vaj, Ben Rodiger, Brennan Rose, and Doris David. It was a close one. And we'll see who was able to make it out of that round 1, heat 3. Who will go to round 3? Who will go to the repecharge? Counting down to start. Heat of the day, heat number 4. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. This is yellow. That is James Casey. So Casey, a lot of speed down the line and is able to avoid that crashing section. A little bit of showmanship with the paddle there and gets on the board with his first wave. Did a great job surfing the big waves of Morocco just the tail end of last 2014 season. And all of our spectators cruising on the bike path right there. Hey guys, you're on TV. Sitting in those blue chairs. Awesome. Welcome. Hawaiian Water Patrol cruising through the area, keeping an eye on everybody. And here we go. This is red. That's from the last heat. That's Jan Vaj and Kyle Vaj.
Those guys are on some pretty small boards, but do very well with them in any size. Got a bombing set with
somebody up and riding.
Rider, looks like a goofy foot. Might be Lecco. Yep, looks like it's Leko Salazar. The nice backhand attack. Pretty hard to ride in the white water. It's really hard to kind of keep your board, rail holding in, as he does a great job to kind of keep it rolling.
Leko is a one-time world champion of the Stand-Up World Tour. And from Brazil, Leko Salazar in the red. In white is Benoit Carpentier. In yellow is James Casey. And in blue, Austin Kalama. And Jan Vaj just playing on the inside shore break. Tootsie roll. Hi. .24 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. And there's yellow on the outside. That is James Casey, who's on the board. Pretty nice live shot of the contest area here, the setup, the scaffoldings. You see the green flag still blowing somewhat east, so that's a good thing, along with the lifeguard flags down on the beach, right in front of the Turtle Bay Resort tent. And still some cloud cover, but some blue skies.
But it's nice to see how the conditions have definitely bettered throughout the day, as we see Austin Kalama getting on a nice wave, real smooth turns as the inside starts to bowl up a little bit. That's a really, really good wave. Nice control as we have Ryder in white dropping in on the outside as well.
That is Benoit Carpentier. And Benoit out the back, kicks out, but a couple of good waves there for the young stand-up paddle athletes. Austin Kalama in his first ever Sunset Beach Pro. Benoit Carpentier been here a few times and is one of the up-and-coming rippers out of Europe, out of France, and a starboard team rider. Austin Kalama skipping school today to be here competing in the Stand-Up Paddle World Tour Sunset Beach Pro.
And he is stoked. As we see another barrage of set waves approaching on the outside, you can see Ryder in white. Benoit Carpentier paddling out, trying to position himself for the oncoming waves.
Scores right there. So James Casey, Leko Salazar getting off to the early start, but Austin Kalama and Benoit with those last two waves could shake that up a little bit. maybe.
As we have Kiahi, the boy. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's James Casey. A couple really strong, aggressive turns on the outside as he comes in the inside whitewater section. Still staying super busy. Nice top turn off that as he comes unstuck.
We do have a paddle that washed up. If any competitors are missing a paddle, we had one just wash up on the beach. And on the beach right now with Ban Road Digger, we've got Zane Schweitzer.
All right, guys, how's it going? Here with Bant Rodiger, winner of the last heat. Killing it out there, Bant. How'd you feel?
Oh, pretty freaked out most of the time. It was coming from all, like, for half the heat. I was in completely the wrong spot, but I pulled through and caught a couple, so it was good.
Unreal. And I had an interview with Christian talking about who I think is going to shine this year and who's going to be the person to watch out for 2015. And I gave it to you. I wasn't being biased to the Maui boys, but Maui boys!
Homeschool boys!
But yeah, watching you out in Morocco, you really seemed really out there in the big conditions and big surf. And so looked like the same out there today in the big messy weather. So congrats, good work.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I was confident in Morocco until you beat me in that heat. You destroyed me.
Well, right on, Bat. Any thanks to any sponsors or anything before you're on to your next one?
Oh yeah, for sure. Thanks Quattro for the sick board. Quicksilver for always helping me out. I'm staying at the Pipe House, and that's a huge help. MFC for all my fins and my family, because they're pretty awesome.
Unreal, Bat. Good work out there. Have fun in the next one. Aloha.
Thanks, Zane. Congratulations, man. We'll see you in round number 3. Advancing on. Good job. Meanwhile, 18 minutes and 55 seconds remaining in this heat. Leko Salazar with a pretty good wave on the last one there. And there we go. James Casey. Last score was a 5.73. And is in the lead. Austin Kalama comes through with a 5.17. So Austin able to hold on to second place for right now. Leko Salazar in third. Needs a 2.68. Benoit Carpentier. First wave score of 5.1. Just needs a 0.75. So still anybody's heat with 17 minutes, 45 seconds remaining in this fourth heat of the first round of the main event. And here we go. This is the last score of James Casey. This was a 5.73. And fit in a couple of tight turns there and went for it on the floater re-entry as well. So hit the closeout section, Chuck. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, he definitely did everything he could to get a couple really good, turns in there. And I always like it when they finish that little closeout section to kind of put an exclamation mark on that wave. And it looked like it helped.
Well, more waves pouring in out the back. Definitely no shortage of waves and no shortage of big waves as these sets still continue to steamroll through Sunset and provide challenging, rough, dangerous conditions, but these athletes are up to the task. They've trained quite a bit for this and are always prepared for whatever the ocean throws at them. So especially here on the North Shore, you've got to be ready at a moment's notice to paddle out in 20 to 30-foot surf.
You know, and it's kind of nice sometimes. I mean, obviously we all like the perfect conditions, but, you know, sometimes when you throw in the wrench a little bit, you know, on the conditions and you're up against some really good guys, sometimes it comes into your advantage where you end up getting a couple really good waves and perhaps surpassing those guys. So it's nice to kind of shake it up a little bit. Everybody does have a second chance. But, you know, in these tricky conditions, sometimes you could have the heat, you know, of your life. So it's great that it's not always perfect because it is about the best rider in all conditions.
Yeah, and it does level the playing field a little bit when you have these types of conditions. So, you know, we saw earlier Justin Holland able to take out Kai Lenny, at least for first and second. And Kai is one of the top competitors on tour. He's a world champion a few times over. But it does level the playing field a little bit and gives everybody a shot. And also, you know, everybody's dealing with the same conditions. So there's no excuses out there. It's just put your head down and try to do your best and impress those guys upstairs, the judges who are looking on, and big waves out the back. Oh, there's some festive Aloha attire, too, down there. We see yellow. That's James Casey. Just a quick in and out.
Got a rider on the outside. Looks like James Casey on a nice one. Really beautiful turn on the outside, hoping this inside little foam climb as the wave starts to kind of peter out in the deep section on the inside.
His first turn was really on the rail, done with a lot of speed and a lot of power. So the judges will score that first turn very critically, and then was able to complete that little roller coaster rebound off the whitewater. So 2 maneuvers there for James Casey, looking good.
Yeah, and it's always important, I found, with the judges. When you drop in and you make that first turn, just like in surfing, if you are super aggressive and make a statement off that first turn, and the judges really like to see that because it really sets you up for the next couple turns after that versus playing it safe. So it was great to see him really take the initiative and you know, go with it. Conditions have definitely still challenging on the outside, but it's definitely starting to clean up for the better as the sun pops out, and we've got the local peanut gallery of the whole crew. Fiona Wild, Giorgio. I mean, just enjoying the weather and checking out the action in the last heat of the day.
JC and Kaviks.
Yeah, boys.
Oh, but somebody in burn rubber. Oh. Here we go, up and riding in the white jersey. That is Benoit Carpentier. And Benoit, just a quick ride there, kicks out. 12 minutes remaining. 30 seconds to go. Oh, Bronzy boy. Yeah, brother. Rocking it over there. Kanika Pila tonight. Over there. You know the spot. You know the spot. James Casey in the yellow and in the lead. But just to let you guys know, Kanika Pila, we changed it to Thursdays. So Thursdays is the open mic night. Tonight we've got Brother Brandon and Brother Noah opening up with some slacky Hawaiian music at 7 o'clock. And no more cup of charge. Free entry. Free Hawaiian music in the beginning from 7 to 8. Slacky Hawaiian style. Happening at Turtle Bay Surfer Bar tonight. And every Thursday. Here we go on the outside. Leko Salazar looking at the right. Can he get around it? And he does. Just kind of waiting for this wave to show him some wall. Gets out in front with a nice little wiggle right there. And it steepens up down the line speed. And I always admire Leko's paddle work. He's very, very stylish, very functional when he does his paddle transfers and does them right at the right time.
Yeah, super smooth for sure. He's got a great attack.
9 minutes, 30 seconds, 9:30 remaining. Out the back in white, that's Benoit Carpentier. And just a quick turn before that wave closes out all around him, and scoring potential pretty limited at the moment. So he bails out.
That's a great shot of, I think, Austin paddling out with the outside just blowing up. Deceiving.
Huge wave out the back. Be careful down there. A memorable picture could turn into a forgettable experience. Very quickly, that close to the ocean on a day like today. Eight minutes remaining.
You see Austin coming in, a little double up there. And James Casey paddling back out to reposition.
Oh, that's a pretty slick Pearl Harbor shirt right there. Yeah, brother. 6 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. 6:25 on the clock. Waves capping on the outside. Hawaiian Water Patrol standing by. Pomai and Sarah checking out the action. Hawaiian Water Patrol and the rest of the team very vigilant today, doing a great job keeping the competitors safe. Keeping our water photographer, Larry Haynes, safe for the most part. And there's the standings currently. James Casey in first. Benoit able to go up into second. Austin Kalama in third. Needs a 2.56. Leko Salazar in fourth. Needs a 3.47. 4 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. Time remaining 1 minute and 55 seconds. 1:55 remaining in heat number 4 to close out this day number 2 of the Stand Up World Tour, counting the women's and juniors event at Turtle Bay and this event here today at Sunset Beach. We'll be continuing with the rest of the round on our next day of competition. Could possibly be tomorrow. We'll be back here in the morning to check. But no guarantees from the ocean, so we'll have to get up early and check it out. 1:20 remaining.
Got a little mini set coming in right now. Hopefully one of the guys can take advantage of it before the clock ticks away.
Now we're under a minute. And Kalama needs a wave, needs just 2 points and some change to go to second place. And we'll see if he can get something here within the next 40 seconds.
Oh, that would have been a nice one for Leko Salazar. Okay, we've got looks like rider in red, Leko Salazar, just in time underneath the buzzer.
Yeah, he's looking for a small score too, Chuck. This could be an important wave for him, counting down the end of this heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, look at this inside. Nice little bottom turn. Doesn't really look like it's going to give him that scoring potential unless the inside really unlocks. Yeah, it's going to be questionable. I don't know if he's going to get it, but you never know. He did ride it for a ways. He's stoked that heat is ended.
Bye for those results. That was heat number 4. James Casey was in first. Benoit Carpentier was in second. And Leko Salazar just needed a 3-4-7. We'll see how that score comes through. So here's a recap of the first 4 heats of this round, Chuck. We saw the level of surfing, like we said, at the end of the trials. It was going to elevate quite a bit, and we saw some pretty good surfing.
Yeah, pretty unreal. Lucas Medeiros, his backside attack. We saw actually a great variation from frontsiders and backsiders. Kai Bates.
Yep, and a lot of different choices of boards too. We saw, some bigger boards like this Van Rodriguez riding. We saw world champ Kai Lenny out doing his usual thing. So the first 4 heats of the round 1 look pretty good, and the competition is pretty fierce. Looking for a great day number 2 here at Sunset Beach. Whenever that day is, we're going to get up early tomorrow, and we'll see what it looks like in the morning.
Exactly. We'll keep our fingers crossed for some epic conditions as we close another beautiful day at Sunset Beach.
Yeah, on behalf of Chuck Patterson, Rocky Cannon, and the rest of the Waterman League of the Stand Up World Tour, and here at Sunset Beach and Turtle Bay and all of our great sponsors, we bid you a final mahalo and aloha. We'll see you on our next day of competition. Mahalo.